Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I've also got
And
two.
they've got an SOP and how many times must I?
Look, I've got 15, 16, and 9. I've got 25 in here.
Okay, we're up to 22 on mine now.
Mrs. Russell gave a lot. She has a seat.
Ja. Ek dink daar is moeite druk ook van buite af dat iemand iets moet kry. Maar ek weet
Good morning, colleagues. This is just a sound test. Hope you're all well.
Good
Morning,
morning, sound check.
Morning, everybody. Just testing my microphone.
Also testing because I had problems yesterday. Can you hear me, speaker?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. My computer is now sorted out. I couldn't get sound yesterday on it. So thank you very much.
Colleagues, I see some of your microphones are unmuted. Please just make sure you mute yourselves. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. It's the sound check.
Good morning, councillors. I trust you're having a fantastic Thursday morning, despite the wind that's outside. I'd like to get this meeting underway. The time on my clock now is 10 o'clock. And if I may ask Councillor Smart, if you would open for us in prayer.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everybody. Let's bow our heads. Dierbare Here, ons kom vanoggend na U toe in die naam van Jesus. Ons is totaal afhanklik van U, Here, en daarom kom gee ons vir U al die eer, die lof en die aanbidding. Ek weet, Here, dat U is vanoggend saam met ons in hierdie vergadering, Here. Wees met die voorsitter, die speaker, almal van ons, Here. Geef vir ons die wysheid, insig, krag en kennis, Here, sodat ons vandag sal optree in belang van die groter George en die gemeenskap. Baie dankie, Here, vir hierdie geleentheid, Here. Ek kom teen elke afbrekende gees vanoggend, Here, wat nie van U af is nie, in die naam van Jesus, en kanselleer dit. Baie dankie, Here, vir die seëning van hierdie vergadering. Prys U in Jesus' naam. Amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart, and very wise words for this Thursday morning. I'm going to continue with item 2. There will be no mayoral address this morning. And I'm therefore going to ask for Rosemary to go straight into the roll call, please, if you would do that for me.
Morning, Speaker. Morning, councillors and officials. Yes, Speaker, I will do so. Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams.
Sorry, Speaker, there's a lot of noise in the background.
Councillor Adams.
Can we move on then? I'll get back to him. You can,
Councillor America.
Good morning, everybody present.
Councillor Barnett.
Good morning, present.
Councillor Brown.
Present. Morning, Rosemary.
Councillor Carolus.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Cronje.
Morning, President.
Councillor Dutoy.
Goeiemôre, ek is teenwoordig.
Councillor Esau. Councillor Edie. Yes.
Chief Whip here. Councillor Esau sent a message yesterday to say that if he was not feeling well, he would not make the meeting. So I assume he has not joined us. He gave in a sick certificate for yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Edie Vigland. Councillor R.G. Vigland.
Good morning, Rosemary. Present, Speaker.
Councillor Fry.
Good morning. I'm present.
Alderman Gericke.
Rosemary, Chief Whip again. Councillor Gericke indicated he may be a little bit late this morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And Michael Vigland, please present and Rose.
Thank you. Councillor Gom. Councillor Greer.
Goeiemôre, Rosemary teenwoordig.
Councillor Gultik.
Good morning, Councillor Gultik present.
Councillor Hani.
Good morning, councillors. I'm present.
Councillor Hector.
Morning, Rosemary, Councillor Hector is sick leave. Hy het 'n brief ingehandig. Dankie.
Councillor Hill.
Apology for Councillor Hill, and my apologies not mentioning Councillor Hector's sick leave, Rosemary. Thank you.
Councillor Jansen. Councillor Jantjies.
Daisy present, good morning.
Sorry, was that Councillor Jansen just before Councillor Jantjies?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yankees present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor J.
Môre heeltemal teenwoordig.
Councillor Johnson.
Good morning, present.
Alderman Kritzinger.
Good morning, Rosemary, present.
Councillor Kruger.
Morning, I'm present.
Councillor Lento.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Councillor Losey. Councillor N.M. Low.
Goeiemôre teenwoordig.
Councillor R.M.I. Low.
Goeiemôre, teenwoordig.
Councillor Mankele.
Morning, everyone. The corner.
Councillor Mbete.
Morning, my Rose. Morning, everyone. I'm present.
Councillor E.T. Mdaka.
Good morning, everyone. I'm present. Thank you.
Councillor F. Mdaka.
Dikona.
Councillor Mrukule.
Molo is in the corner.
Councillor Namele.
Morning, everyone present.
Councillor Neetling.
Goeiemôre teenwoordig.
Councillor Niaus.
And Rose, kan een Rose mee hoor? Omgekeerd.
I'm listening.
Is teenwoordig. Hij schreef in de chatbox.
Thank you. Councillor Ntondini.
Good morning, Speaker. My friend, I'm present.
Councillor Peterson.
Good morning, present.
Alderman Petrus.
Môre collega's, teenwoordig.
Councillor Katana.
Morning, everyone. I'm present.
Councillor Kampi.
Morning, everyone. I'm present.
Councillor Roosa.
Good morning, Rosemary. I'm present. Good morning, everybody.
Councillor Cyphers. Councillor Summers.
Summers present.
Councillor Smart.
Present, Rosemary.
Councillor Snyman. I'm
Thank
listening.
Rosemary, Councillor Cyphers present.
Thank you.
Rosemary, Councillor Snyman is present. And can I please ask that the councillors whose microphones are on, please put them off. You are disrupting the attendance register, please. ANC. Councillor Lento, your microphone is on, please. Thank you.
May I proceed, Speaker?
You may proceed. Thank you. Sorry about that. And while I'm on the microphone, Councillor Adams has put his presence in. He has arrived in the meeting. Councillor Adams, you can put your hand down. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Titus.
Goeiemôre, teenwoordig.
Councillor Toto.
Good morning and present, ma'am. Good morning, Speaker.
Alderman Van Niekerk.
Good morning, present.
Alderman Van Wyk.
Good morning, present.
Councillor Von Brandes,
Good morning, Rosemary, present.
Councillor Wessels,
Morning, Rosemary, present.
Councillor Windwai.
Morning, Rosemary, present.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Rosemary. If you could just also please take note in the chat box, Councillor Niehaus is also put his attendance as being present. And also Councillor Laws there. Councillors, I'd like to move on with this meeting. The next item on the agenda, therefore, would be, before I carry on, are there any other apologies from administration? Any other requests for applications for leave of absence?
Morning, everybody. Yes, Mr. James is absent today. He's on leave. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. Official notices, I received nothing. However, I would like to take this opportunity. I've noticed that quite a number of the councillors and staff members have had birthdays in the last few days and weeks, and I believe that it is Councillor Neertling's birthday today as well. So from my side, I'd like to wish everybody a very prosperous year ahead. Alderman Gericke, are you putting your attendance, if I may ask? Your hand is up.
Yeah, good morning, Speaker. I am present in the meeting. Let me just tell you, I have a lot of challenges here, so I may be in and out, but I am in the meeting. Thank you.
Noted, Alderman. I will take note of that. Thank you very much. You may put down your hand. Moving on to the next item.
Thank you, Speaker.
Pleasure, Councillor. The next item on the agenda is the disclosure of interests by councillors, item 5 of the Code of Conduct. For councillors and disclosure of benefits by municipal staff members, item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. I'm therefore asking if there are any disclosures to be made. I take it as there's nothing. I'm going to move on to item 6 of the agenda, minutes of the previous meetings. Item 6.1, minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 28th of July. Do I have a proposer?
America proposed.
And do I have a seconder?
Clark, second.
Thank you very much. The minutes are therefore adopted. Item 7, excuse me. Item 7, minutes of the executive mayor in committee meetings. 7.1, minutes of the executive mayor committee meeting held on the 11th of August. Do I have a proposer?
Adams will propose.
And do I have a seconder?
Councillor Mbete, second.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Moving on to item 7.1.1. This item is a no debate. I therefore would like somebody to propose and second to make sure it get adopted.
There's a no debate, Speaker, so Saffers and I will propose and second.
I can't take your word for it. You go. Councillor Saffers, will you second?
I propose or second, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Therefore, this item is adopted. We will continue with item 7.1.2. The item is the item for approval of implementation of the directive issued by the Department of Small Business for existing traders in George Municipal area from the 1st of July 2022 until December 2022. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Vegland.
Speaker, good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity. Speaker, this item aims to seek the approval of Council for the implementation of a directive that was issued by the National Department of Small Businesses, particularly for existing traders in the municipal area from George from the 1st of July till December 2022. We know that due to COVID, these existing traders faced many challenges, and I therefore request that Council approves the item as it is in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Friesland. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Faith Ndaka. You have 2 minutes. Your minute starts as soon as you unmute yourself. Councillor Ndaka, you're on the floor.
Speaker Molo. Speaker Ndebulisa. Molo Speaker.
Morning. You may go ahead. Your time is running.
Thank you. It's Women's Month. 7.1 now.
7.1.2.
Right, gentlemen. The directive that was published in July 2021 by the Minister Khumbuzo, George Municipality is only doing it now in June 2022. So they have ignored the directive for the whole year. Anyway, guest speaker, I'm not surprised by that because Nina, George Municipality, you really don't care about the small businesses. But one thing you must remember, small business are the businesses that are boosting our economy as well. And Speaker, I've got 2 questions after this. I've got 2 questions that I would like to ask, and I would like someone to give me an answer. One question is, on the financial implications on the item, they said 23,000 monthly, 23,000 George Municipal will forfeit it. And I just want to know for how many months is this going to happen? Or is this thing, has it started already? I just want to know that. My second question is, how are we going to recover as George Municipality the loss, the monthly 23,000 rand? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, I need to draw your attention to the rules of order, item 13.2 on the reports. It does ask there that it is expected of a member at least 2 days before a meeting to make inquiries of the relevant portfolio council or the chief whip on any matter on the agenda which is not clear or on which more information is needed. I take into consideration that you have asked the question. However, I can see that the MACO member is prepared to answer. Councillor Wessels.
Councillor Vessel. Sorry, Councillor Speaker. We are here. I'm representing the community that is listening now. So if I go out, I'll go out 2 days before and ask myself, I'm not here for myself, I'm here for the community that voted me in. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Vessel, please answer.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor Ndaka, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Yes, so it will be for the 23,000
Vessel. I spelled
monthly.
your surname. I pronounce your surname good. Vessels. You say Ndaka, not Ndaka.
So 23,000 rand per month, and that's for a period of 5 months. So that's up until December, and there's no we are that potential revenue that we could have possibly received. We are basically not getting that in, so we are foregoing that income. So we're not making it up necessarily in the next year. So yeah, so the financial implication is pretty much a negative on the revenue side of 23,000 rand per month for a period of 5 months.
Councillor Vessel, you are saying something different on what is in the item.
Councillor, I'm going to ask you, we have all received the rules of order, and if you are not happy with that. Unfortunately, as I
I don't
said,
have a hard copy. Maybe the computer is hitting me hard, Speaker. But I'm saying still, I'm representing the community that is listening now. Ngiyangibona, guys.
thank you very much, Councillor. The question has been answered. If something is not clear, I really request that you take, because we could be here for hours to try and get this thing clarified, and then you can take it back to your community that is still unclear. I'm going to continue, therefore. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor J.E. Councillor J.E., you have 3 minutes.
Goeiemôre Speaker, goeiemôre al die luisteraars. Speaker, dit is ek wil net vanoggend sê ek het ook vrae wat ek wil vra, maar soos wat jy nou die ANC geantwoord het, ek glo jy dieselfde met my gaan doen. Maar nevertheless, dit is maar die manier van hoe ons gehanteer word as nie, ek sal nie eers sê skoolkindertjies nie, maar ons word hanteer soos in die apartheidsjare wat ons moes in die toilette agter gestaan het of sekere toilette moes gebruik het. Of by sekere poele mag ons nie geswem het nie. So dis dieselfde hoe ons hanteer word binne in hierdie raadsaal. Maar nevertheless, laat ek kom na die punt van die dag, na die besigheid van die dag. Mr. Speaker, die deputy mayor het nou so mooi gesê, hy het geantwoord deur te sê dat tydens die COVID het soveel skade gerig aan klein besighede. Die klein besighede het so swaar gekry, Mr. Speaker, dat van hulle het ewen hulle moes hulle besighede opgee. Ons moet na die tafel toe kom en hierdie mense tegemoet kom. Daar was nou 'n vraag gevra deur die ANC, ek wou dieselfde vraag vra. Hierdie klein besighede, especially hierdie mense wat hierdie stalletjies het, daai mense moet betaal, alhoewel hulle nou eens nog sukkel om aan die gang te kom as wat hulle skade gekry het in die COVID, want hulle kon nie gestaan, hulle kon nie operate nie, maar nou moet hulle betaal. Hoe kan ons daai mense help? Hoe moet ons daai mense assisteer as ons elke keer net kom na op die boekwerk of die boeklyn, Mr. Speaker? Daai klein besighede hulle struggle. Ons moet 'n manier vind om hy mense te help, want hulle kan nie nou nog betaal nie. Daar moes iets uitgewerk word. Councillor Feit het 'n relevant punt gevra, maar ek dink sy is nie geantwoord nie, maar ek gaan ook nie geantwoord word nie. Mr. Speaker, dit help u verwys ons elke keer na ons moet geskrewe het nie. Die relevante mense wat hierdie items skryf, hulle sit binne in hierdie meetings. Hulle kan ons die antwoorde gee en dan ook spasie aangewys vir hierdie mense wat hierdie met op die staan met die op die strate. Hulle sukkel met spasies want hulle word ook weerhou van 'n sekere hoeveelheid spasie wat hulle het. So dit vat ook nog van hulle besigheid af. En daai mense gee altyd werksgeleenthede vir nog mense. Hulle kan nie nou op die oomblikie van daai mense struggle, Mr. Speaker. So, dit help nie. Ek gaan vir u hierdie 3 vrae vra nou nie, want u gaan nou definitief nie vir my hierdie antwoorde gee nie. Ek wil 'n pleidooi op ons brain counselors binne in die DA. Die mense kla by hulle, die mense pleit by hulle. Hulle moet praat oor die tipe van goed.
Councillor, your time please. Thank you, Councillor. Can I ask for a translation, please?
Yes, Speaker, even on Mr. or Mrs. Daga's comment or statement.
Councillor, you go ahead with the translation, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Molweni ke uCouncillor uJay ubesithi naye unayo imibuzo anayo cha ngendlela uCouncillor Mdaka aphendulwe ngayo icacile into yokubana naye akazuzifumana impendulo zale mibuzo abenayo ngoba umbuzo wakhe uyafana nalo uCouncillor Mdaka bewubuzile. Kwaye uthi into yokubana indlela abaphethwe ngayo apha kwezi meetings okanye ii-councillors zonke eziphethwe ngayo kwezi meetings yodlula noba into yokuba asinothi nothi into yokubana niphethwe njengabantwana. Uthi uCouncillor J niphethwe njengabantu abasekwi-apartheid. And also uthi into yokubana u-deputy mayor ubetshilo into yokubana during i-COVID zonke ezi business zincinci abantu banezitolls bame ezikoneni bathengisayo besokolile during i-COVID, kodwa nangoku kuswathiwa abantu mababhatale. Bazayithatha phi imali yobhatala kodwa bebesokola during i-COVID? Aphinde athi into yokubana kwaye nespace esibasinikwayo sincinci kakhulu, nalapho ufuna bashunqule ibhizinesi yabo bangakwazi uqhubekeka njengesiqhelo. Aphinde athi ekugqibeleni into yobana akuncedi into yokubana abuze le mibuzo ebezayibuza ngoba akazoyifumana impendulo yazo. Aphinde athi bana abombala abakwi-DA mabaphendule ngoba abantu phandle apha bayathetha ngabo and bafuna impendulo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jay, your time is up. Is there an
Ja,
incorrect?
Speaker, ek wil vra dat die translator die volle goed te translate. Hy moet sê wat ek gesê van die apartheidsjare, hoe was ons behandel? Hy moenie net daai ding net 'n kort stuk sê nie.
Councillor, please, we're talking on the item here. Thank you very much. Take note of what you said there. Councillors, before I go to the next speaker, I need to bring it to your attention. I sent out a memo yesterday regarding the rules of order which we adopted in June. I have to reiterate this. Item 13, which handles the reports, says, and I'm going to read it for the record so that there's no misunderstanding regarding this whole item. The item reads, the Municipal Council may not take any decision unless it has been before the sufficient information as determined by the Speaker to take an informed decision, except in exceptional circumstances such information must be in a written report. It is expected of a member at least 2 days before a meeting to make inquiries of the relevant portfolio councillor or the chief whip on any matter on the agenda which is not clear or on which more information is needed. Item 13.3 for the record reads, the relevant portfolio councillor or chief whip must ensure that the sufficient information on the matter is provided to the member at least 24 hours before. No questions directly to the municipal manager or staff member will be allowed during the meeting on any matter in instances where there is non-compliance with Rule 13. Okay, I cannot weer vir jou sê. I'm going to say it again for you. I don't know which part I broke up on, but I'm basically reading the Rules of Order 13. All I'm saying to you is that the reason why these is, into my interpretation, is that if the questions are asked prior to the meeting, that we can debate the issues at hand instead of asking the question. So all I'm asking as the speaker is that let's adhere to the rules which we all adopted and which were adopted in council. With that, I thank you. I'm going to Alderman Gericke, I'm going to ask you to please, as per the rules of order, write your question in the chat box so that we can check it out. The next person to speak on this item, therefore, would be Councillor Carolus. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the point of clarity, and you must allow me.
Councillor, I understand your point of clarity, and we have also indicated that the points of clarity will be dealt with as in the prior, that we will deal with it at the end of the debate. And then obviously, if there's anything that's misunderstood, we will then take it there. I take note of your hand, and we will discuss the questions as soon as everything is taken place.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I will ask that question at the end of the debate then. And if I may ask Alderman to please just give an indication on in the chat box as well. As I've said, it has been indicated in the rules that you do that there. So let's stick with that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to start bouncing around and making.
Mr. Speaker, I have new software. I don't get this thing of a chat box on my software here. I have a new phone also. So I want to submit the question. The rules make provision at the end of this debate. This item I may submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Councillor Carolus, you may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, Speaker, colleagues. Yes, we as the PBI, we are sharing the same concerns as the ANC and Good on this matter. Wat ons het is dat die president het al met sy State of the Nation in August 2020 het hy al gevra dat permit requirements moet verslap word. The directive was then published in July 2021 by the minister. And our concerns is this is 2022 and only now this is going to happen. The directive is going to be pushed through. Our concern about this is that our small and medium and our hawkers are really suffering outside because of the COVID. We as the PBI are also aware of complaints by the hawkers and our small business people. And the president in his State of the Nation was
Wrap up,
talking
please.
about...
Your time is up. Please wrap up. I'll give you 10 seconds to wrap up, please, Councillor.
And the president, in his State of the Nation, he was talking about the red tape, and we must surely look after these things.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart, you have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I've been covered by the previous speakers, but I would just like to say on this item, Chairperson, it should be noted that we are aware of some of our officials are victimizing and intimidating the walkers in the streets and so on. So I would just like to mention it here, so it should be noted, but I agree with the previous speakers. Thank you so much.
Councillor Smart, I'm going to take note of your comment. However, if you are aware of misadministration or offences, I'm going to ask you to please submit those as
report it to you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's be fair on this. We can't make allegations which aren't substantiated, and I will then obviously investigate every report that comes to you. But no report has been received by me, therefore I can do nothing about it. Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Fry, I've lost you.
Speaker, I second the recommendation made by my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Gericke, I'm now going to ask you your point of clarity, please.
Yeah, Speaker, the point of clarity is that we take note of the rules of order and also the mail that you send us. We have this problem, however, the concern that we've raised to your office in terms of that section 13 that you've raised now in council. 2 days before the time we must submit to the officials the answers. That is in contradiction with the Constitution, section 160, subsection 8, that says council is the place to debate service delivery issues. We must debate here. We must have the answers from the officials, and you must take that rules of order back. We have not agreed with that rules of order. You must take that back. If you want to implement it in its, hold on, sir. If you want to implement it in its current form, then it's pointless that the municipal manager and all the senior officials sit in this meeting, wasting time, wasting taxpayers' money, and they cannot answer us. You must discuss it with us again, because we need answers in the meeting. Thank you.
Alderman Gericke, I'm going to take note of what you just said to me. However, the rules of order were adopted by this council, and therefore they are the standing rules of order, and it was adopted by the majority.
By the GA and his coalition, and not by us.
Councillor,
you have just told the public that we have agreed with it. We have not agreed with it.
It has been adopted, Councillor. I'm not going to get into an argument. I'm going to move on. Thank you. I've answered that question. We're going to move on. Thank you. This item has now been
Speaker, my hand is up. Speaker, have you seen my hand?
Councillor J.E. and Councillor Ndaka and Councillor Nkamile. I am going to say it once again. Councillor Gericke, has been given an opportunity. He explained he did not have it on his phone. I've made one exception. I am not going to make any further exceptions. If you have a point of clarity or anything like that, this debate has now, this
Speaker,
item
you
is...
are wrong because we were speaking in
Speaker, you
item.
are out of
You should
order
have
now.
been given time to speak.
Equally
Because
here.
this is the same item that we're part of it.
Councillor Mdaka, you've had your 3 minutes or your time on this item. You have one chance to talk on this item. Councillor J.E., the same applies to you. And Councillor Nkumile, your name is not on the speaker's list for this item. So therefore, you have, unless you have a point of clarity on what was said, sorry, I need you to put your question into the chat box. Otherwise, I will not.
Point of clarity, Speaker, on wat jy nou gesê het op daai memo wat jy gestuur het vir ons.
Councillor, I'm not going. You can discuss this matter. We are talking matters of the council, and I will therefore answer your questions outside this meeting. That is my
Speaker,
ruling.
you are starting it at the wrong
No,
foot.
councillors, please.
Foot.
Councillors, I'm going to move on, and that is my ruling. Thank you very much. The next item on this agenda is item 7.1.3, the mandate to convene a tourism advisory committee for the Greater George Municipal Area. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. Councillor Wessels, you have 3 minutes.
Speaker, I have raised my hand.
Councillor Nkumile, and I have not recognized your hand, and I've moved on. Thank you.
But what kind of transparency is this one? We put questions on the chat box.
Councillor, please do not. I have made a ruling. Let us not start with arguments. I will enforce the rules of order. The rules of order are quite clear. I've asked you to put something in the chat box. You did not. I have moved on. To challenge the ruling of a speaker on any point of order or ruling is a breach of code 28.2.11. I do not want to get into this discussion. If you have a problem with what I have said, you're welcome to take it with me offline. Thank you. I have moved on. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, so this item is for a tourism advisory committee for the Greater George Municipal Area. And this continues to show the intent of the department to involve the private sector and fully understand the needs of the facilitation that George Municipality have to play for the stakeholders in tourism. The advisory committee will be representative of all communities in George, and it will strive municipality remains true to its vision for tourism. And with that, I will propose the recommendation A and B as per the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto, you have 1 minute. Your time starts as soon as you unmuted yourself.
Speaker, can you repeat how much time do you have?
You have 55 seconds left. No, I'm joking. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Manchone Dabin. Tourism, Speaker, is one of the main economic drivers in this country, and it employs a lot or a huge chunk of people in our country. George also forms part of South Africa that I'm talking about, Speaker, but it is a sad reality in George to see that how this matter has been handled or how it is addressed, because it has a certain color attached to it. However, Speaker, we are saying that as the ANC, we do support initiatives such as this one. However, we are saying in doing so, Speaker, what we want to see this committee addressing is issues of Ikasi tours. Not that the only time that you'll see people of George having a Ikasi tour going to Evilegazi Street in Joburg. We do have monuments in Thembalethu or historical areas in Thembalethu that we will see being addressed. How are we going to address the Speaker? Only if we are inclusive in our approach. I'm saying, by saying inclusive, Speaker, we are saying that we do have people abaphumizandla even in our areas in terms of imicimbi
5 seconds to wrap up.
imicimbi efana tourism, Speaker. So we'll be watching this process very close, and we hope that, Speaker, it's going to be advertised in all platforms that our people can be able to access it, Speaker. Engos.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus, you have 2 minutes.
Translation, please.
From English to English. Councillor Ndaka, unless my ears deceive me, that was in English. So would you like it to be translated into something else?
The first part was in Xhosa.
I understood it as a greeting, but if you'd like the 10 seconds to be translated, please be free. Could I have the translator to accommodate this, please?
Hi, Speaker. So the first part that Councillor Toto was saying was that let me get to the point, or let me get down to business, and then he started speaking English.
Thank you very much. I actually thought so, but never mind. Let's carry on. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus, your time, you have 2 minutes. Your time is going to start.
Môre Speaker, ons as goed gaan dieselfde proses doen. Ons gaan hierdie proses deeglik dophou. Want in Pakkelsdorp het ons ook hysterische geboue. Dankie.
Baie dankie. Is hy klaar, Rasit? Kan ek vertolk? Okay, can we have a translation, please?
Uthi uCouncillor Titus councillors into yokubana bona njengeGood nabo bazokwenza njenge-ANC bazayijonga le procedure ngoba nabo bathi banazo izitatyu nezinto abanazo ePakasdorp ezinoboniswa ii-tourists. Because
Thank you very much for the translation. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. My concern is also, that this is one of the main drivers in our economy, especially here in the Western Cape and especially George as well. So I would just like to see that this process will be very transparent and inclusive, Chairperson. I've got the first thing I've got a problem with is that anyone who wants to be on this committee or this board must have experience and extensive experience. And I've got a problem with that because as you've heard that there's a lot of historic places in George. So I would like to see, and I'm going to watch this process unfolding further. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person and the last person to speak on this item is Councillor Windfire. You have 1 minute.
I second the item of my colleague Wessels, 7.1.3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item is all unanimously accepted. Can we move on? The next item on this agenda is 7.1.4, application to purchase ERF 6743 George, situated in PV Botha Boulevard, 5.4.4. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor van Branders.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in Nelson Mandela Boulevard, behind Total Garage and Buddy Liquor Store, is ERF 6743 situated. Now, there was an application received from Buddy's holding company, Flashpoint Investment, to acquire that piece of property. The municipality then sent out a evaluator to determine the market-related price, and it was determined at 400 Rand a square meter. There was unfortunately no further communications from Flashpoint Investment. However, irrespective of the lack of response and in view of the fact that there are many inquiries from other businessmen who show interest in that particular piece of land, it is recommended that the erf be put out on tender. Subject thereto, obviously, is the rezoning, because at this moment it's zoned as an industrial purpose and it must be rezoned as commercial purposes. There are no financial implications in terms of expenses for the municipality. Now, if we look at in terms of Section 7 of the Asset Transfer Regulation, Council must consider obviously several factors in capital assets to be transferred. These are all very pretty set out on page 46 and 47. Thank you, Department. If we look at the recommendation on page 48 and 49, A to E, I'm only going to mention some highlights. I'm not going to read it word for word. A, that we obviously take note of Section 7B, that it be decided that ERF 6743 is not required for minimal level of basic services. C, that the sale of that specific ERF be put out on tender at the estimated price of 400 Rand per square meter. D, that it be advertised for public comment and representation. And E, that the successful tenderer be responsible for all the costs pertaining to the site clearance and development of the property. I propose, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Branders. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Honey. Councillor Honey, you have 1 minute, please.
Hello?
You may go ahead, Councillor.
Can I go ahead?
Yebo.
Good. Good morning, Speaker and the councillors. Speaker, we as ANC, we support of purchasing of that piece of land in that area, because siyacinga ukuthi izawuzisa istability kula area nokuqesha kwabantu bethu abadinga imisebenzi, because phana sometimes kunzima nogqitha kulaa ndawo because laa ndawo ibhizi kakhulu. So siyakuxhasa kakhulu ukuthengiswa kwalaa ndawo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Could I have a translation, please? Councillor Honey, your microphone is still on, please.
Mandla.
So, Speaker, Councillor Honey was saying they, as the ANC, support this one, and as they support it, they know it will bring stability to the community as well as employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor N. Low. You have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, dankie. Ons sien hierdie erf 6743 is gesoneer vir kommersiële vir doeleinde van industriële zone en is beste volgens die George zoning scheme is dit die beste gesoneer vir kommersiële gebruik. Ons wil egter verskil met dit. Gegewe die hoë behuisingsnood wat in George bestaan, dan kon ons daardie eiendom is kan beste gebruik word vir behuising. Ook omdat dit so na aan die budgets behuisingsontwikkeling geleë is, dink ons dit kan best uitgebrei word vir behuisingsdoeleindes. Hier's 'n enorme behuisingsnood in George. Die waglys staan tans op 18.600, ongeveer 18.600 aansoeke op die waglys. En die nood is groot. Ons almal is bewus van die feit dat die nood groot is in George. En dit kan daai doel dien dat mense gebruik kan vind daar van behuisingsgeleentheid. As ek net 'n voorbeeld kan maak, Rising Point van gisteraand se insident in budgets waar 'n struktuur van 'n gesin omgeval het
En die geval is al aangemeld in november laas jaar 2021, die 26ste November het ek dit onder die aandag gebring van projekte. Daardie ding is nog steeds nie opgelos tot gisteraand toe, wat die struktuur eventueel omgeval het en die mense sonder huis, sonder dak gelaat was, gestaan, die gesin moes gaan slaap sonder 'n dak oor hulle kop, want die huis het omgeval. En so ek speaker, ek dink ons wil 'n voorstel maak as goed dat daardie stuk grond gebruik word vir behuisingsdoeleindes. Dit is ons se respond op dit. Dankie.
May I have a translation, please?
Uthi uCouncillor uLaws councillors into yokubana lo mhlaba kuthethwa ngawo u-F6743 lo Nelson Mandela Boulevard into yokubana nabo bayayixhasa into yokubana makathengwe lo mhlaba asetyenziswe njengoba bekutshiwo for commercial use, and also into yokubana angasetyenziswa na for ukokha izindlu njengokuba siyazi into yokubana umninzi umuntu ongenazindlu apha. Xa ephinda esenza umzekelo abuye athi into yokubana inani le-waiting list for abantu abafuna izindlu libaleka ku-18,600, and kuba la mhlaba kufitshane kwizindlu zase-Bojats singawusebenzisa njengomhlaba for ukokha izindlu for abantu bethu. Enze umzekelo waphezolo wezindlu ezindala zase-Bojats, uthi kukho umzi owileyo phezolo, umndeni kwafuneka alale engenadaka due to izindlu ezindala ezingahoywanga, indlu yawa. So uthi into yobana nabo bayayisupporta le item. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lowe, if that is a counter proposal, I'm going to ask you to put it into the chat box. And I also need a seconder for it, please. The next person to speak while we wait for that to come into the chat box is Councillor Nkumile. Councillor Nkumile, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear you.
First of all, I have a question, Speaker, before I go into the matter. I just want to know who is the applicant of that R6743. Because I'm not really sure. I just saw there is Flashpoint Investment. Can I have an answer on that one, Speaker?
Councillor, the answer is in the item. So unfortunately, the same rule applies to you, that if you have a question, you can go straight to the department. So please, can we continue with your debate, please?
Yes, Speaker, the reason I'm asking these things, because the public is listening, and then the public is not aware of what's happening behind the scenes. As you say, we must go to, we must question before we come to the council meeting. So these things must be transparent to the public. When
Councillor,
we transparent,
if I may interject there, please. Councillor, part of the duty of a councillor is also to inform the public. So therefore, by getting the answers, you are then in a position to actually assist your public. This is a council meeting where we're just taking decisions on, and that's why the whole idea of getting the answers beforehand. And it does say in the item that there is a developer, and it's on page 44. So if you could please continue, I'm going to ask you that question has been answered in the item. Thank you. If you'd like to, if you'd like to summarize in your item, please.
No, let me go into the item, Speaker. First of all, I would like to emphasize that we as EFF, our first cardinal pillar is expropriation of land without compensation, meaning that we encourage that the state must be custodian of all the strategic sectors, including the land. We cannot have a situation whereby we
Councillor, I'm giving you another 10 seconds. You're over your time.
We cannot have,
guys, Good politics.
My time still is.
Hey, Valentin,
So,
Councillor, just one
Speaker,
second, please.
can you protect me,
I'm going
please?
to protect you. That's why I'm asking you just to hold on for 1 second. I'm going to ask once the final time, please, could all councillors refrain from putting their microphones on while somebody is speaking? Unfortunately, I'm going to have to mute or disable a mic that comes on continuously during the talking of somebody else. Councillor Ntomile, you have 10 seconds to wrap up, please.
Yes, Speaker, so that we as George Municipality, we cannot have a situation whereby we purchase, we allow the purchase of umhlaba. While we have a scarce land in terms of its developments, we are sitting with the situation whereby we have to buy.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Thank you.
Municipality. Speaker.
Thank you. Your time is up, Councillor.
I understand, but for the sake of a progressive and productive...
Councillor, please, let's not go there.
It's not a matter of time, it's a matter...
Your time is up, Councillor. You've had your time, and I'm going to move on to the next person. I'm going to ask Councillor Clark. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I second item 7.1.4.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we have a counter proposal in the chat box, and I'm going to just give me 2 seconds to read it. I'm trying to find it on my computer, if you don't mind. The counter proposal reads that Good wil graag 'n teenvoorstel maak dat R6743 gehersoneer word vir behuising en aangewend word vir behuisinggeleenthede. Seconded by Councillor Lowe. The translator can translate that for us. That is the counter proposal. Please, translator. Sorry, is the translator available? I've asked for this to be translated. That is what is in.
Sorry, Speaker. Uthi ulentuza igroup ukuthi into yokubana bona basuggeste into yokubana lo mhlaba mawusetyenziselwe for izindlu okanye mawuthengwe kokhiwe izindlu kuwo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we are now going into the vote. The voting that will take place is you will be voting for or against the counter proposal. I'm going to say that again. You are voting for or against the counter proposal. Could I ask, that the proposal was made by Good, and I'm therefore going to ask that Rosemary, you go through the attendance register and get the vote from each councillor, please.
Speaker, sorry, can I quickly just ask you something?
Alderman Gericke.
Let me just ask we have, I can't see, I didn't hear, I was breaking up, whether our councillor has spoken on this. Because if we have spoken and we have made another proposal or we've agreed with the initial one, then we must withdraw because we will support Good in this regard. Can you give us guidance, please?
Councillor, to my knowledge, that your party did not speak at all on this
Okay,
item.
that's fine. All right, thank you. We will then support Good. Thank you.
No problem, Councillor. Can I ask Rosemary to please continue with the voting?
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor America.
Against.
Councillor Barnard.
Against the counter proposal, Rosemary.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Carolus.
Yeah, we in support of Good.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cronje.
Against.
Councillor Du Toit.
Against.
Councillor Vigland,
Which one?
sorry, ED.
Against?
Councillor RG Vigland,
Against?
Councillor Fry,
Against.
Alderman Gericke,
In favor.
Councillor Gom, Councillor Greef, Councillor Goultick,
Ek stem saam met Gould.
Councillor Gultig against.
Councillor Hani, Councillor Jansen,
Met goed.
Councillor Jantjies,
Against, thank you.
Councillor J,
In favor in Borges Muki.
Councillor Johnson,
Against?
Alderman Kritzinger,
Against?
Councillor Kruger,
Against. Thank you.
Councillor Lento, Councillor Losey,
Against. Thank you.
Councillor N.M. Low,
In favor?
Councillor R.M.I. Low,
In favor?
Councillor Manqele, Councillor Mbete,
Against Maros.
Councillor E.T. Mdaka, Councillor F. Mdaka, Councillor Mrukuli, Councillor Camille, Councillor Neetling,
Against?
Councillor Niaus,
Councillor Nias has got a technical problem. He will vote in the chat box. Thank you.
Councillor Ntondini, Councillor Peterson,
In favor?
Alderman Petrus,
Against.
Councillor Katana,
Against?
Councillor Kampi, Councillor Rosa,
Against.
Councillor Cyphers,
Against, Rosemary?
Councillor Summers,
Against.
Councillor Smart,
In favor, Rosemary.
Councillor Snyman,
Against, Rosemary.
Councillor Titus,
In favor?
Councillor Toto, Alderman van die Kerk,
Against Rosemary.
Alderman van Wyk,
Against Rosemary.
Councillor von Brandes,
Against Rosemary.
Councillor Wessels,
Against Rosemary.
Councillor Windwy,
Against my Rosemary.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll wait for the results. When you're ready, Rosemary.
Mr. Second Speaker.
Problem.
Rosemary, jy gesien Councillor Klampie daar in die chatbox gepraat?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, Rosemary, you didn't take my vote in. I'm in favor.
Speaker,
Councillor, the voting has ended.
I'm struggling with my system go on and off. Can I just indicate that I'm against?
No, you can't, Councillor. We have closed the voting. There is counting. Unfortunately,
Yes, Speaker, this thing of writing in a chat box is giving us a headache. We are busy writing and then busy voting. The process of voting is busy taking place on the other side. We cannot do both.
Councillor, the voting started and the item, your counter proposal was too late. The item had already been closed and you never indicated a counter proposal during the discussion.
But during the discussion, I said...
You mentioned, Councillor, I'm going to be quite frank with you. You never said you wanted a counter proposal. And the good party said they would counter propose. Therefore, we have now taken the vote and the voting is finished. When you posted your stuff in the chat box, there was no seconder and we had already gone into voting. So unfortunately, your vote and your counter proposal is not acceptable. It was too late. We were already in the voting process. I'm now waiting for the results of the voting process. Councillor and Camille, please do not challenge me. I have made a ruling.
No,
I have made a ruling. You were late, and I will accept it as that. And unfortunately, the vote.
Speaker, this thing of a DA Speaker.
Councillor, I am not going to take your abuse today. Do not challenge. Councillor, I'm going to call you to order on item 28.2.11. Please do not challenge the ruling of the Speaker. The voting had started and my ruling is made.
Sorry, Speaker, I was struggling with the mic, first of all. And secondly, I need you to quote for me the rule of order that says he was late. Because you are quoting to other things, but to things that you're knowing that they are not in the rules of order, you
Councillor and Camille, I have not recognized you. I have not recognized you as a speaker.
How many minutes was it late?
I'm going to.
How many minutes was it late? Because we are always.
Councillor and Camille, I'm calling you to order. Kampi,
Oh,
sorry.
Councillor
Councillor Kampi, I'm calling you to order. I've made a ruling.
She's the
I
chief.
have made
Allow him
a
to
ruling.
Speaker. You
Councillor
cannot.
Nkamile, I have made a ruling. I've called you to order on item 28.211. I've made the ruling. The ruling stands.
The ruling is biased, Speaker. It's biased.
Councillor,
We're being neutral now.
I
We are not
am
being
not.
neutral. We are favoring DA now.
I take objection to that, and I'm now going to give you your second warning, Councillor Nkamile. The first warning I gave you was for item 28.2.11 to challenge the ruling of the Speaker. You have now done that twice in succession.
Speaker, again, is the way of quieting me now.
No,
You
I'm
never-
not quieting you, Councillor. Do not challenge me, please. I've made the ruling. You were late. You never made a counter proposal. You never made a counter proposal, and we've done the voting. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if your ruling is inconsistent with democracy, then you want to charge us on that. Do you think it's fair, Mr. Speaker? And I'm asking you very cool now because these rules of order will be a thing of the past.
Councillor Alderman Gericke.
And these rules of order will be a thing of the past one of these days. I give you notice on that. But
Thank you very much. I will take your notice, Alderman. I'm not going to get into a debate.
I'm asking you now, if your ruling is...
Yes, my rule of order is in order. And if you have a
My hand
challenge
is
to
nou al
that,
lankal op. Jy
you're
gaan nou weer vir
welcome.
my nou weer 'n warning gee.
Okay, councillors, you are obviously set on trying to disrupt this meeting. I have made the ruling based on an unbiased, and it was quite clear. The process of this item had been concluded. Councillor Nkamile never made a counter proposal. He clearly said his party is for this and this and that, and therefore that was not a counter proposal. He did not say counter proposal, and you can go and listen to the recording. I therefore had one counter proposal, which we have now voted on. We were in the voting process by the time that the EFF raised the point that they wanted to have. That cannot be done. In the voting process, everything moves forward to that. There were two proposals, the one that was on the table and the counter proposal from the Good Party. I am therefore quite happy, and I will defend myself in the fact that I've done what is right. And therefore the ruling of this is that I have made the ruling, and I'm therefore going to stick by it. If you have a problem with it, I will gladly take this up offline, and you are welcome to lay any complaints that you wish to lay against me. I have been fair, and I'm purely operating in the best interest so that we can move forward. This item is therefore waiting for a result, and I will leave it at that. Thank you very much. Rosemary, do you have a result for us, please?
Speaker, yes. In favour, 10. Not in favour, 30. Abstain, 11.
Thank you. If I can just confirm, in favour, 10. Against, 30. And just give me the abstention again, just for clarity.
You know, Speaker.
11.
11 abstentions. Thank you very much. This item therefore carries, and we are therefore going to be moving on. Item 7.1.5 is
Sorry,
the...
Speaker. Is it fair that whenever we conduct a meeting, you are the most person that speaks a lot in this meeting? Less than we speak, because you speak more frequently here.
Unfortunately,
Yes,
Councillor
yes,
Nkamile,
yes.
I'm the chairperson of the meeting, and I have to speak more often than anybody else. So please,
No,
I
you
do
must
not.
tell the meeting.
Councillor Nkamile, I'm going to continue. I'm going to now, Councillor Tampe, I'm going to call you to order. Do not, please, railroad this meeting and my job is to maintain order during a meeting. So please do not challenge the ruling of the speaker. I am here to make sure that this meeting runs smoothly and within the rules of order. That is my job. I'm therefore going to move this meeting forward. This is my ruling, and we are now on item 7.1.5.
Sorry, Speaker, ek word net gevra dat councillor Neteling, het mos in die chatbox, as sy vote aanvaar.
Nee, sy vote is nie. Hy het dit, ja, skus. Hy het dit in die chatbox gesit, want Raadsit Gerike, sorry, I'm going to speak English so that we don't have to translate this. Councillor Alderman van Niekerk said during the voting process that Councillor Neteling is having a problem, and he has indicated in the chat box. So therefore, it had, sorry, Councillor Niehaus. So therefore, during the voting
Maar Councillor
process,
Kamp het dieselfde gedoen. Sy het dieselfde gedoen en julle daarna nie aanvaar nie. Check net daar of dit reg is.
I'm going to check. Give me 2 seconds. I will check the chat box, because as far as I am aware that the vote was made.
It's Women's Month.
And Councillor Ndaka, that unfortunately does not give anybody the right to break the rules of order. Chief Whip, could you please assist you?
Thank you, Speaker. If I just take you to the chat box, Councillor Kampe typed something into the chat box, but she did not vote in the chat box. So I just need to bring that to your attention. I can actually read that she only typed into the chat box, I second the counter proposal made by Councillor Kameli. But that was done when we were basically at the end of the voting process. So yeah, just to clear up that for you. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Whip. That's very correct. That is because I've made a notice to the speaker that
Councillor
why I couldn't.
Councillor Kampe,
Now
I am going to disable your microphone if you continue.
But yet you are not taking. You said it was.
Councillor Kampe, you obviously do not want to take direction from me. And in order to ensure that we do not have any further disregard for any instructions or rulings by the speaker, I have disabled your mic for the time being. And I ask you to please consider adhering to the rules of order. I do not want to get to the point where I have to evict people or remove people from this meeting because of the fact that they continuously disrupt the meeting. We are here to discuss the items on the agenda, and we have done so, and I'm therefore going to have moved on. Item 7.1.4 is finished. The vote has taken place, and we are now moving on to item 7.1.5. Any discussion from here on in will be about this item, and the first person to discuss this item is Councillor Wessels. Councillor Wessels, you have 3 minutes, please. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Councillor Wessels, you are welcome to continue. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Sorry, kyk aan die chatbox. Speaker, jy het 'n memo uitgestuur waar jy gevra het almal se samewerking, jy het vir ons die rules of order vir ons uitgelê. Maar jy oortree jou eie rules of order, Speaker. As jy nou kyk, ons sê weer vir jou dit moenie onregverdig optree nie. Die vote van Councillor Neteling is ook dan onwettig. Kan ons 'n caucus van 5 minute kry, Speaker, asseblief?
You're welcome to have a caucus of 5 minutes. I'm going to give you a caucus for 5 minutes and can discuss this, please. Thank you. Council is adjourned. The time now is 20 past 11. We will reconvene at 25 past 11. Thank you. Councillors, my watch now says 25 past. There was a request for a 5-minute caucus. Can we continue, please?
Speaker, baie dankie. Speaker, ek wil vra dat legal vir ons net 'n opinie gee oor hierdie proses wat nou plaasgevind het. Of die proses legal was, of dit fair was, laat ons net gehoor, Speaker, want ons as goed is nie tevrede oor hoe hierdie proses nou behandel was nie. Kan ons vra vir dit, Speaker? Dankie.
He is welcome. Can I please ask the legal advisor to give your legal opinion? Sorry, before I do that, sorry, councillors, I am asking respectfully to please keep your microphones off. I'm now going to ask firstly for a translation of Councillor Jay's request.
Uthi uCouncillor Jay into yobana bona njenge-good bacela into yobana uyi-legal department ifakelele eyayo opinion malungelana nale nto isanokwenzeka because bona abonwabanga ngale nto isanokwenzeka, so bafuna uva ku-legal into yobana ulegal uthini ngale nto isandosahlela.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to the legal advisor, I would like to put it on record that we have a new legal advisor, and I'd like to welcome Mari Miller, and she will give you the legal advice. Should I say the legal opinion?
Good afternoon, councils. Just to get back on that query, I would like to confirm that the process was in terms of the approved rules for the following reason. Councillor Kamili indicated that he wanted to put on record that he's not in favor of the proposal that was there, so it cannot be seen as a counter proposal. Therefore, it cannot be seconded. Therefore, also Councillor Niels indicated in a chat box that he is voting, and it was also confirmed while we were busy with the votes that he has problems, and therefore he indicated in the chat box his vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, die legal advisor het my nie geantwoord nie, but nevertheless, Speaker, ons is nie tevrede met die antwoord dat sy gee nie, want ons glo daar was exceptions gemaak vir sekere
Councillor, you are welcome to your
opinion.
opinion.
Ons vra dat die item oorstaan, Speaker, dat hierdie voting oorstaan,
Councillor, the councillor,
dat het skriftelik
I
aan
have
ons
made
voorgegee
a
verduidelik
ruling.
word, Speaker.
Councillor, I've made the ruling, Councillor Jay, and I unfortunately cannot go back to this. There will be no debate or discussion on the ruling.
Speaker, but jy was inconsistent. Speaker.
Please, councillors, do not interrupt me when I'm talking. I have made a ruling. If you are unhappy with my ruling,
No, I just want
please,
to bring in your
Councillor,
attention.
Councillor,
By
what
11:16,
what part of the rules do you not understand, Councillor?
No, I just
What
put it.
part do you, now I'm asking you quite clearly, what part do you not understand?
No, there's no.
I
part
am
that we
talking and you are interrupting me, and then you are asking me to remain calm, and you are obstructing my
No, Speaker, I'm calling you into order because 11:16.
you cannot call me to order,
did-
Councillor.
I
I've
did-
made a
I-
ruling. You are not able to obstruct the continuation of business in a meeting or interrupting when another member is speaking is against the rules of order. And please do not. I'm asking you, and I've been very calm, Councillor. I've made a ruling. If you do not agree, with the ruling, that is your prerogative, and you may take it up after the
No,
meeting.
it's not regarding.
Councillor Nkamile, I've given you 2 warnings, and I'm now giving you your 3rd warning. You do not want to listen. Councillor, I am going to ask that you be removed. I have made my ruling. Please, administration, I will take this matter up with Councillor Nkamile afterwards. He is obviously not willing
But I wrote on the chat box, I'm raising on a point of order, but you didn't.
I am talking to you and you are interrupting. Please remove Councillor In Camille, we will have this discussion out of chambers. Thank you.
Speaker, for
in terms of rule, and I'm going to give it, Councillor Jay, give me a chance, please. In terms of rule 28.211, in terms of item 5.1.2 and 5.1.1, and as well as 28.2.10, at 11:27, I am now removing Councillor Councillor Camille for not adhering to the rules of order and continuously disrupting this meeting. I am therefore moving on, and I have asked him to be removed. Councillors, we have finished with item 7.1.4. There was a vote, the vote was given, and we have concluded that. Thank you very much. We have heard from the legal advisor and everything is in order. We are therefore moving on. My ruling stands that we are in item 7.1.5.
Did you remove me now from council?
No, I did not, Councillor Jay. I did not remove you. I incorrectly mentioned your name because your name was in my head when I was saying it.
My name is altijd in your kop. Okay.
But you are talking to me, and therefore you are stuck in my head at the moment. I have removed Councillor Camille. Okay, so I have not given you a warning yet. I am moving on. Thank you very much, Councillor J.E. 7.1.5, Councillor Wessels.
Sorry, Speaker, dan gaan ons klaarmaak met die item.
Councillor J.E., ons is klaar met die...
Jy iets gesê, jy gaan nou na my Councillor J.E. Recognize me. Sorry, Speaker. I asked Speaker that this item is correct, so that legal can give us a true opinion of this in the voting.
Councillor J.E., I'm asking you to please, with all due respect, the item has been adopted. The ruling has been made. The ruling stands. No debate or discussion on the ruling of the Speaker in terms of Rules 5.1 shall be allowed. I have said we are moving on to 7.1.5. The ruling has been made, and I have now asked you nicely, and therefore I have no option to ask you to please refrain, and I'm giving you this as a warning, to please refrain. In terms of item 5.1, the ruling of the Speaker in regard of the application or interpretation of the rules of order or other procedural matters is final. I am therefore going to, and 5.2 says no debate. So please, let's move on with this meeting. We have important things to discuss, and the next item is therefore the ruling 7.1.5, Councillor Wessels. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, so this is the minutes of the full steering committee meeting held in May 2022. This is a standard item that usually comes to council and deals with various write-offs. The primary objective is to see that the old debt that can no longer be recovered be written off and removed from the books of council. The total rand value of the specific item is 1,269,624 rand and 30 cents. The component making up this write-off can be found on page 51 and 52, but it deals with various indigent write-offs as well as housing applications for municipal release clearances for May 2021. Recommendation A to G can be found on page 53 and 54, and thus wish to propose. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wessels. The next person to speak on this item is the ANC, Councillor Lentu. Councillor Lentu, you have 1 minute. Your time starts as soon as you're unmuted.
Hi, good morning, Speaker and everyone. Mr. Speaker, we as the African National Congress hear that you talking about this old debt must be written off. But our problem, or our main concern, why you are taking care only for those people who are residing in the suburb? What about those people who are staying like in Tembalete, Pakastop, and Parkdean? And our main problem also, it's about when the people they go there, and you always say that they must get the owner of the houses, but you know that the owner of the houses sometimes are not in Georgia, they are far out of town, like Mpumalanga of Eastern Cape. But those people who are residing there, maybe it's a nephew, or they don't know where's the owner. Maybe the owner left George long time ago in 2012, but now they can't get the owner of the house. Your policy is not Africanized. It's only for certain people who are residing in the suburb. Please, 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 can you change this thing? Yes, it can assist you who are staying in the suburb, but not for our people like in Tembalete. And you know that most of the P houses in Tembalete...
10 seconds left, please wrap up.
Most of those houses that are in Tembalete, like in Zone 9, others, the owners is not those people who are residing there. Please, don't look at on your side. And abantu bakuthi andiyalento bayithanda kwi-DA kodwa ayibasebenzeli abantu baseTembalete.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up.
Asingafeli isimokosini lemisho niyenzani.
Thank you very much. Could I have the translation of the last portion of that, please?
Councillor Lento was saying there at the end that I don't know what our people are seeing in the DA. Let's not fight for your stuff. Over.
Over. Okay, that's a new one. At least now another translation is finished. Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lawson. I'm sure that the translator has had military experience.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I support and I second the proposal of Councillor Deck.
Thank you very much. With that, all accepted. We therefore move on to item 7.1.6, the update and approval of the George Municipal Sports Facilities bylaw. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, you have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Councillor Lose. Uzayimela lento lokishini ngoba uyivuma nje abantu bakuthi bengathini.
Councillor Lento, I'm going to ask you to please, that if you do that again, I'm going to have to give you a warning. Councillor Adams, you've been protected. You may move on.
Thank you, Speaker, Honourable Speaker, for the protection. Good day to all the public members out there listening. We've embarked to make George the sports mecca of our country, and for this we need to change our policies and to be updated in line with what's going on out in the world currently. Our sports policy on page 55 to 57, the item requires up to update our sports policy. This policy was last updated in November of 2010, which was a very good year for our country. And we bring this towards council to please update the policy. And Speaker, I put it to you and to my fellow councillors, like my cousin Neef Cedric Smart always say, ons baizani. I take it further, we dala. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is the ANC.
Speaker, the Dala is not a formal language for council, so you cannot say
Speaker,
thank you.
It means translated. It means we get things done. Speaker, it means
Councillor
we get things done.
Councillor Kampi. Councillor Kampi, did I recognize you? I'm just asking because obviously you don't seem to understand. I did not recognize you. I have given you one leeway. I now have no alternative but to give you a warning for disrupting the business of the day. And I'm going to give you the warning 28.2.10. There are ways of objecting, and the way that you're going about it is completely contrary to having a way of doing it. So I'm now at 11:35 going to give you a warning for disrupting the meeting, and it's on rule 28.2.10. Please, I'm asking you to stop disrupting and making comments without being recognized. Thank you very much. Councillor Honey, you have 1 minute.
Molweni Somlomo, ndiyabulisa kwakhona. Somlomo siyayixhasa singumbutho lento ukusuka kwayo kula section 80 committees iphinde iyohlalutywa khona because sidiniwe usukela ngo-2010 amabala ethu umgangatho wawo very poor. Sine-team about 40 clubs ze-football, sibe ne-team eziyi-6 ze-rugby, sibe ne-team eziyi-12 ze-netball. Zonke ezo sport coach aziqhamule, even i-cricket yethu idlala kumabala ezikolo because asinawo amabala ezikolo. So ukuphinda isiwe kuyo committee section 80. Enkosi.
So Councillor Harley was saying greetings again to Speaker and to the councillors, and they were saying that they support this item, that this item be taken back to section 80 and be discussed again, as the fields that we have or the fields that are available are very poor. Our rugby teams, soccer teams, netball teams, even cricket teams don't have proper fields to practice or to play any matches. Thank you.
Thank you. Just, I neglected at the beginning of the meeting, I believe our translator today is Sima. Am I correct? And I'd like to thank you for your prompt responses to all the translations. Having said that, I'm going to continue to the last speaker on this item, Councillor Rulofse. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Development of sport is a key ingredient in the culture of our community across the board, plays a vital role, especially in our previously disadvantaged areas. Sport also creates great opportunities for building social cohesion as the driver of social change. And this bylaw is therefore very important, and the updating of it. I support the proposal of Councillor Adams and recommend that the George Municipality Sports Facility bylaw be approved as per the recommendation on page 58. I so propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rulofse. Sorry, my apologies. I tend to get that wrong regularly, and I apologize for that. This item is therefore passed, and we can therefore move on. Thank you very much. The next item on this agenda is item 7.1.7, which is the approval to waive development costs on all low-cost and old scheme housing projects. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Petrus, or Alderman Petrus, sorry, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank
Your
you, Speaker.
time.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, die item gaan oor die kwytskelding van ontwikkelingsbydraes vir ontwikkelings. En in terme van die riglyne wat hierdie ontwikkelingsbydraes reguleer of bepaal, is die bydraes betaalbaar by ontwikkelings. Indien in hierdie geval, Speaker, die bydraes afgedwing word, sal dit 'n groot finansiële las en uitgawe plaas op die lys soos dit in die agenda vervat word aan die betrokke eienaars of persone, en honderde mense sal hierdeur geaffekteer word. Verder sal die oordrag van eiendomme en huise verder vertraag word, en die raad en die munisipaliteit wil baie graag so gou as moontlik eienaarskap oorhandig aan persone en mense wat nog nie eienaarskap bekom het nie. Derhalwe versoek ons en vra ons dat die kwijtskelding vir ontwikkelingsbydraes in hierdie geval, soos per die lys aanvaar word en goedgekeur word, Speaker. I propose is the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alderman Petrus. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Murugli, and you have 2 minutes. Sorry, my apologies.
Speaker translation, please.
Sorry, my apologies. I was answering something. Please, could you have a translation?
Uthi u-Alderman Petrus into yokubana le nto yosusa eza costs izabanceda abantu bethu and izonceda into yokubana nee-projects mazihambe kakuhle and noba zikhawulezise into yokubana abantu bethu bangabhatali ezaa mali kufuneke bazibhatale kwamasipali. Xa zisusiwe eza costs abantu bethu noko bazokwazi uphefumla. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. I apologize for that. The next person to speak then, therefore, is Councillor Murugli. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Enkosi Somlomo, singumbutho wesizwe ke siyayivuyela into yokucinywa kwezidleko kufuneka zenziwe ngabantu bakuthi bengathathi intweni. But ingxaki yethu iyi-one, sifuna ubona izinto zisenzeka zingenzeki ngapha kwebrorho. Kuthathwe abantu ukuthi kuqatywe nje ibhotolo apha ebusweni babo zingenzeki izinto kuba kudala izinto zisenzeka. Singathethi nje izinto apha zingenzeki ebantwini. Sifuna ke abantu bakuthi bafumane izindlu zabo zibe semagameni wabo. Enkosi.
Translation, please.
Councillor Mfukuli was saying thank you, and then he was saying them as the ANC support this item, but they only have one problem. They want to see things happen. They don't just want to hear things or things being written down. Things are going to be done for the people, houses are going to be built and so forth. They want to see things getting done, not just being spoken of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Alderman Gericke. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. We are in favor of the item because it will bring some alleviation to poor people. But we have some concerns. The first concern is obviously this item today will have an effect on the existing policy. So are we saying we are changing the policy, Alderman Petrus? Or are you bringing the policy back for amendment on this in this regard? Because there's a couple of things flowing out here. Then secondly, going forward, over and above what we see in the list, who else will it affect? And if its intention is to bring some relief to developers developing, low-cost housing, then we have a question mark. This should actually benefit individuals, individual people that develop individually. And then I would like to know, going forward, how are we going to deal with this? Is this open now for everybody to come and apply? And even the people that suffered under this policy, backdated or in retrospect, what is the effect on them? Because they went to borrow some money in order to pay these development costs and so on. So I mean, there's somebody with 60,000 rand at the moment that I know of that can't pay it. And I've been trying to get hold of the planning department for the last 3 weeks now. Nobody comes back to me. But those are the concerns that we have. You cannot just come here with an ad hoc item and you don't give us direction in terms of the policy that will flow out of this. And although you call this today the development cost, we know there's a policy regulating the capital contribution when development starts and so on. How is this going to have a bearing? How is this going to have a bearing going forward. That's all we want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I concur with Councillor Alderman Gericke, but I also take some time out to speak to Alderman Petrus. So we are in total agreement, of this op die verminderde koste en so aan, want dit sal regtig vir ons mense baie beteken. En maar die vraag bly nog steeds, jy weet, hoe gaan dit die huidige policy affekteer? Maar as die PA support dit, baie dankie. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. Before I go over to Councillor Kotana, Councillor Lowe, I have taken note of your remark in the chat box. I will not entertain it on this platform, and I'm therefore, Councillor Lowe.
Ek wil net sê dat ons het op record plaas. Ons wil hê dat dat moet aanvaar of wat die ons plaas het nie dat ons nie teenkant is.
I have said that I've taken note of your comment, and it is in the chat box, and I will take note of it as per in the chat box. I'm not going to entertain a discussion about that, and I'm therefore moving on to the next speaker on this item, which is Councillor Katkana.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Speaker in business. Support my colleague, Alderman Petrus, on the item that is on page 58, 7.1.7. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. We therefore, Councillor Smart, have you written in the chat box? Because I don't see anything in the chat box. You have.
No, Speaker. In a long time, I've spoken Afrikaans, so there was not a somebody who interpret.
I'm terribly sorry. Again, I'm receiving messages in the chat box, and it's my apology. I'm going to ask that it be interpreted, please. As I said, I have one set of eyes and one hand, and I'm trying to get through everything, and my apologies goes to you, Councillor Smart.
Uthi Councillor Smart into yokubana iyocutha okanye iyosusa ezi costs izabanceda abantu bethu abahluphekileyo, kodwa uyabuza into yokubana iza-affecta njani i-program.
Sorry, there's an interference on that microphone that I can hardly hear anything. Is the translation completed? I'm not sure.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Alderman Gericke, your hand is up, and I've understood that you do not have a chat box, but unfortunately you have had your time, and I'm not quite sure why your hand is up. So I'm going to ask you.
I want to ask you to make a ruling. I have registered concerns that I wanted the MMC to address.
Okay.
And the thing is, Mr. Just hold on. Just be tolerant towards what we say, please. The thing is, you cannot approve this item unless you give us clarity on going forward in terms of the policy. Because you must either withdraw the policy, revoke the policy, workshop the policy, amend the policy, before you can deal with this item. So I would like to know what is the way forward.
Alderman,
Ja, Speaker, nee, daar is geen probleem met wat Raadslid Gericke sê nie. Hy is heeltemal regtig om die vraag te vra wat hy vra, en dat is goed. Speaker, die item is in termen soos die vorige item wat 'n maand of 2 voor ons was, dat handel blyk basis oor dieselfde gevalle. Die een was net in RF 325 geweest, maar dat gaan in termen van die riglyne wat nasionaal bepaal is, wat die bydraes reguleer. Enige iets wat gaan soos Raadslid Gericke na verwys in termen van die beleid en so meer, sal hy die geleentheid moet gee vir my om verder te gaan kyk en om terug te kom as dit gaan regverdig dat daar moet sekere beleidsveranderinge plaasvind en dis meer sal dit so geadresseer word. En dit sluit
Ja,
ook,
dankie Alderman
dit
Petrus.
sluit ook in alle vrae wat raadslid Gericke op regbord geplaas het.
Baie dankie, respek vir jou. En dankie vir die respekvolle manier hoe jy ons hanteer. Baie dankie.
Could I please have a translation of both the discussions?
Uthi uCouncillor uPetrus ngibambele kancinci. uCouncillor Petrus into yobana uzophinda abuyele emva ayoyijongisisa ayofumana i-information e-right yokwenza i-research malungelana nayo aphinde abuyele kubo. Wathi u-Alderman Gericke into yobana enkosi kakhulu ngempendulo yakho nendlela osiphethe ngayo Councillor Petrus, enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you very much. I'm therefore going to take this as being concluded, if I'm not mistaken, or did we have a seconder?
So,
Okay.
Speaker, you must make a ruling. You must make a ruling on this. You've heard what Councillor Alderman Petrus has said. That he must go and find clarity on some of the issues. So that this is now in your hands. You are the Speaker. Because we don't have all the facts here.
Speaker.
Alderman.
Speaker, baie jammer, ek kry nie die is 'n probleem by my laptop en seker van die funksie Speaker. Ek moet net daarop reageer na as u my gaan toelaat na Raadslid Gericke toe. Is dat ons het 'n soortgelyke geval item gehad, Raadslid Gericke. Sorry wat ek nou direk met u praat. Wat ek vra is dat ons die item goedkeur soos ons die voorheen goedgekeur het. As daar die een is in elk geval in terme van 'n nasionale riglyne en so meer. So as ons in die toekoms in dit wat u vra, as daarna moet gekyk word, sal dit natuurlik na gekyk word. Maar dat die item op die basis soos hy nou is goedgekeur word, Raadslid Gericke.
Thank you, Alderman Petrus. I think based on the fact that we are to waive the costs of the low cost and the old scheme housing project is probably the most important thing at this stage of the game. And the longer that we do this or prolong this, Alderman Gericke, the longer these people are going to be having problems. So the ruling that I've made or that I will make is that I understand what you're saying. I take note of everything that you're saying. And I also take note of the fact that Alderman Petrus has given a commitment as the portfolio councillor. I feel that it is in the interests of the community that these costs be waived as soon as possible. And if it is in line with the government legislation, then we are making the right decision. So my ruling is, Alderman, is that we proceed. We have had a seconder for this item, and that we are within our rights as a council to make that decision, and we therefore move forward, having taken note. And Alderman Petrus will then directly communicate with Alderman Gericke to ensure that all these concerns are addressed as soon as possible so that there's no stones unturned. That is my ruling, and I think that is as fair as I can get on this one for the sake of the citizens who are asking for this relief. I therefore so move.
Speaker, we are satisfied. We are satisfied. I say we are satisfied. All that we ask is in the minutes coming out.
I've just actually put it on the minutes, Alderman. Please, I have put it on record from my side that we take note, and the fact that I have verbalized my ruling, it is therefore in the minutes, and I therefore.
Now I'm asking you to include in the minutes the questions that we've raised, because the new Amendment Systems Act does not allow a councillor to vote against the legislation of this country. That's all
Alderman,
I'm asking.
your notes are on the minutes already because you have verbalized them. They will be noted in the minutes. Everything that we say is recorded and therefore will be on the minutes. And therefore, I think everybody is covered, and I'm therefore going to say that we move on. Thank you very much. So I just want to confirm Councillor Katana has seconded. So we are moving on to item 13.1, which is the bridge finance towards capital. Sorry, I'm totally out of my place. Motions or proposals deferred by previous meetings. We have none. And going through the agenda, item 9, motions, none. 10, motions of exurgency, none. Item 11, matters of the discretion of the Speaker. I think I have, according to some councillors, already spoken too much today, so I will not bring anything under the discretion of the Speaker. Urgent matters by the Municipal Manager. Municipal Manager, do you have anything that you would like to add in these matters?
Speaker, no, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the reports to Council. Item 13, item 13.1, which is the bridge finance towards capital projects funded from external loans. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor van Branders. Councillor van Branders, you have, 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, when Council approved the 2022-2023 budget, the different funding sources were identified. In this funding sources was identified, including external loans. What we seek today is only approval to do bridge funding within our own cash reserves to bridge this external loan amounts till the necessary supply chain management processes is completed towards this external loans. Now, the total external financing required for the 2022-2023 period is just over 303 million. So in the interim, while SME is still busy, the planned capital projects needs to continue until such time that additional external funding is secured. So I therefore go to the recommendation on page 176 that Council approves the use of internal funds to bridge finance the capital projects that must be funded from external loans. That is all. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. To confirm that was in English, I'm not going to have anyone translate it. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor M. I'm not sure which Ndaka it is. It just says Councillor Ndaka. Councillor Faith, is that you or Eric?
It's me.
You may go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Niyasichana ngale nto yobana nifunana nee-loans for ii-projects zasetawuni. Yonke laa nto ibhalwe phaa ezantsi apha ku-annexure ichaza what in all those things are in town. All those projects, most of them, 80% of those projects are in town. And I'm not sure what is this thing about George municipality that doesn't cater for the people that voted for them. The most people that voted are the people that are in the locations. Now you want finances, you want bridge, and you want this, you want to spend 3 million for the water projects that are in town. Most of these projects are in town. We don't support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndaka. I'm not sure, was there any portion of it that needs to be translated? I'm not sure. Can we translate, please?
Yes, Speaker. In the beginning, Councillor Mtaka just said that you are hitting us with all of these loans, and then she continued in English and said that they as the ANC don't support this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Peterson. Councillor Peterson, you have 1 minute.
Morning, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I see on the item that the supply chain process has not yet started. We want to know what the holdup is. A decision was taken in a recent council meeting to take up external loans. Yet the administration is dragging their feet in getting the ball rolling. Are they ill-equipped to do the job? Whilst the administration is dragging their feet, the town is in uproar over the implementation of capital projects all over town. Most of the main routes into town is affected and it is causing traffic congestion problems. Could these projects not be staggered to limit the effect on our traffic? But back to my question, how long would it take for the supply chain process to commence and to be completed? Or will these expenses also be adjusted at the next adjustment budget? It's further very disturbing to see that over 300 million in savings can be utilized for bridging finance, while no money can be found for the basic needs of our people pertaining to housing, for example, gun plus and temporary structures. Mr. Mayor, we want to tell you that the Greater George includes all the residents of George and not only a select few.
Your time is up, Councillor.
Previously, you spoke of a sports maker. This is a pipe dream from the DA that is coming on since 2010. So please see to the needs of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Ampi. You have 1 minute, please.
Sorry, Speaker, you said I have 1 minute, but I indicated 2 minutes by the time I submitted the speakers list.
Okay, unfortunately, my speakers list does not have a time. I will give you 2 minutes if that was reduced.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, eyona nto sifuna ugxila kuyo into abakusebenzisa imali yalapha apha kamasipala for uba kwenziwe iziprojekthi ezinkulu asinangqamnano because iprojekthi zona kufuneka ziqhubekile khona kaloku nesixalembo samanzi uba abalulekile wasibonile the key objectives zalo nyaka ibingamanzi ngumbane nee-sewages into ebenifowukhase kuzo nina i-service delivery enika abantu bethu ezapho of kuni bantu basetawuni asinangxaki naloo nto ingxaki zezi external loans zingakho clear ba zizawubhataleka njani zowuthathwa ngoba kaloku ekugqibeleni ezi mali zizawubhataleka zowunyusela abantu bethu bafuna banyusela itax veri abantu basebenza nzima benyusela ukutya benyusela ipetrol phinde veri kwenziwa ii-loans kamasipala sekutheni sesematyaleni ngoku kwafuneka senze i-service delivery funeka kubekho imali ezibolekwayo ithini into yengxowamali yethu azibi isponsor zethu le nto singafuni idonation eziponsors zikwazi ufanda ezi project le bafuneka kuyobolekwa imali and okugqibeleni abantu bethu ingasenibazisele okanye thina ezikhathalani sazi kwa in time uba ii-objectives zalo nyaka ngu-ABCD because ndithe ndojonga kulaa list ndabona uba ngamanzi izi-sewages ngumbane ayikho into ezinto zincinci ezi-minor issues abantu abakhala ngazo xa betshelo zizindlu ezi zinto iindlela zethu zingagqitywayo apha ethemba lethu soloko zingagqitywa nawo le bisenziwa apha elantuza eThabata Street ayigqitywa elangela because into ezinje azigqitywa sihoyekanga so ingase lisinike i-key objectives sikwazi uyazi ekugqibeleni because imali yona nizayisebenzisa because nizasixela izinto ezibalulekileyo and zibalulekile siyayaba utrito kwamanzi kubalulekile because amanzi siphila ngawo umbane siphila ngawo but ekugqibeleni asosoloko sigxila phezu kwaloo nto minyaka neminyaka kodwa but ezinye izinto abantu bafuna izindlu and nezinto emisebenzi ayikhreyitheli bami bethu nithatha ii-contractors za-outside George zizosebenza apha ziqashe abantu bazo official thina abantu sibekaphi thina loo nto about izithembiso ezi sizenzayo umasipala xa nithi ni-create ii-jobs all about keeping George green ni-green George over the bridge ngapha kwetown apha kuthi brown imdaka iGeorge because service delivery is not for our people so ingase kuyo into eniyenzayo into edibene imali is very sensitive so sane bangathi siyazi ninee-powers but ekugqibeleni ii-powers zeni khani sisebenzise in such a way it benefits the whole George not just a particular section of iGeorge because ekugqibeleni ke nasawafuna la manzi asifundisele amanzi amdaka nathi.
Councillor, your time is up, unfortunately, and I must say there must be a million things that you've said there because you said that very fast. I'm going to ask the translator to please translate that for us.
Councillor Kampi was saying that we don't mind municipal money being used for water, electricity, and all of those because we know that those things are very important. We can't live without them. But our problem is that those things are only happening in town and not on the other side. And the other problem that Councillor Kampi was saying is that their problem is the loans, the external loans that we want to take, and not knowing how these loans will be paid back. Because obviously and clearly with loans being taken, our people are again going to suffer because tax is going to go up again, food is going to go up, fuel is going to go up, all the prices are going to go up in order to pay back the loans that we have taken. And also, we want to know, why must we borrow money for service delivery? Where is the money, or where is our sponsors? Why can't we ask for sponsors to assist us? Why do we need to take out loans in order to deliver services to our people? And also another thing that Councillor Kampe was asking is that at least let us as the councillors or our people know what are the key objectives for each and every year, because we talk about a lot of things. I mean, for example, there are roads, especially in Thembaletu, there are roads that get started, but projects never get finished. Money is always finished before the project is finished, but everything that gets done in town gets finished. How come? And also, we also in Thembaletu want clean water and electricity because we're not going to drink dirty water. Meanwhile, in town, there is clean and pure water. And also want to know that it keeps being said that we are creating jobs for people, but always taking outside companies or contractors, of which they also hire their own people or people from outside. So our people aren't really benefiting from all of these things since we are using outside contractors. And let everything or all our projects benefit all our people, not only one side of town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have been requested by Councillor Wessels as the Finance MMC that he would like to answer the questions. I'm therefore going to allow him to answer it. Councillor Wessels.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Yes, just a couple of points. So firstly, with regards to the taking up of the loans and how it will be paid, Council must remember that when we approve and adopt a budget, prior to that, the documentation gets sent out provincial and national treasury, and they then give us the go-ahead to say that it is a fundable budget. Within that fundable budget is the external funding sources. So so that means that George Municipality will be in a position to repay that loans. Secondly, with regards to the mentioned capital projects that's only happening on one side, we need that water distribution, water purification, and pump stations, etc. Irrespective of where they are distributing water and sanitation and clean water and all of those services to the whole of George and all the areas. So the capital projects, specifically in civil, does speak to services being rendered in the whole of George. Thirdly, the key objectives I think the councillor should maybe take a read in the IDP, as all the key objectives per ward is being identified in the IDP. And then the other question was with regards to finding sponsors. I believe those sponsors comes in the way of grants from either province, MEC or national, and just a example of such a sponsor will then be the BFI grant of just over 1 that's being rolled out in the next 14 months.
Councillor Wessels, you broke up with the figure there. Sorry, your microphone. We didn't get the figure. Sorry.
All right. No, I just said with regards to sponsors, the sponsors comes in the way of grants, and that's what we apply for. And example of such a sponsor then, or a grant, will be the BFI grant of just over of 1.2 billion rand that's being rolled out to of George infrastructure within the next 40 months. So I think I've answered all the questions and maybe shed some clarity with regard to that. Thanks, my Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. With that, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Kruger for the last speaker on this item. Councillor Kruger, you have 1 minute.
Thanks, Speaker. I won't be long. Thank you, Councillor Wessels, for the info. I think it makes it pretty easy for me to just second Councillor von Brandes on this statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. With that, we have a passing of this item. We're all in favour. We're going to move on. The next item on the agenda is the tabling of the adjustment budget for 2022-2023. And I'm going to hand over to Alderman van Wyk.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, councillors and officials. We are dealing here with the adjustments budget for the 22-23 financial year, which is in effect the rollover budget. Now, Council may submit an adjustments budget in terms of the MFMA and the municipal budget and reporting regulations. And the adjustment budget is there to authorize the spending of funds that were unspent at the end of the last financial year, where underspending could not reasonably have been foreseen at the time to include projected rollovers when the annual budget for the current year was approved by Council. And then further, the adjustments budget may only be tabled after the end of the financial year to which the rollovers relate, and then must be approved by Council by the 25th of August of the financial year following the financial year to which the rollovers relate. So in this case, we have got rollovers here that total 14,276 million rand approximately, that relate to capital, and most of that, at least 2/3 of that, relates to funding from the capital replacement reserve, and the balance from the external financing fund. And then there's also a rollover relating to the SOA, being operational projects on the SOA. So that is then brings about the increase of our capital spending in the new financial year from 787,983 million to 802,259 million rand, and the SOA amount is 6,926 million rand. And these items then include a number of items, I think, as people will note when they look through the list, which includes the flood damage work as a result of the floods to the Hwang Donga, which is just under R1 million. And then there's the Hwang slip failure at the wastewater treatment works of 663,000 rand. And further, there's some of the sand filter on the water treatment works of just under 1.3 million rand. So these are in broad terms some of the bigger amounts included there, and therefore I'm tabling this budget for adoption by Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. Councillor Wessels, you have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Also, thank for the comprehensive tabling, which does not necessarily leave a lot for me to say. Yes, so the rollover capital projects will increase our capital budget from 787,983,236 to 802,259,788 rand. I think it's important for Council to note that a lot of the processes has already been completed. In many instances, the implementation of the projects has just been delayed for some or other reason. It is in the motivations in the annexures. So the mentioned capital projects can be found in Annexure A, with the rollover SOA funded operational projects that can be found on in Annexure B, and the same will be also that sub processes has already been completed. Without all of that being said, on page 184, recommendation A to D, I would like to propose. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Councillor Wessels, I just need to bring to your attention that your mic is being intermittent, and there were some parts that we lost a word here or there. But I think the general message has got through. I'm therefore going to ask that the next speaker on this item go ahead. Councillor Ndaka, you have 2 minutes.
Speaker.
Go ahead, Councillor Ndaka.
Hayi. Lento kameya ne-adjustment budget engacaciyo. Nina, the only thing that you want in this adjustment budget is for your own benefit. You want to approve the things that you didn't approve, and Indonesians you just carry your own money to the TA. High shame as a capacity in the adjustment budget. It doesn't speak to us. The other councillor and other item mentioned the houses that happened. There's nothing. That money should have been used to fix those houses, should buy gun places, and should cater for the people that are in need. But no, you keep the money because you know that you wanted to use for something else. No, as the ANC, we don't support that. It's a bad adjustment budget. It's bad because we cannot have money that we are going to roll over while we are suffering. The communities are suffering. The communities are suffering. They need the money. The money has to be spent. We don't have electricity in Thembaletu. We don't have electricity in Pakastop in some areas, but nothing has been done about that. There's no money, there's no money, there's no money. But whenever the financial ends, there is the money that has been rolled over. Is that the laziness of it? No, man, it's bad. It's a really bad. Thank you very much. We don't support that.
Thank you, Councillor. Your opinions are noted, and we're going to move on to the next councillor. Councillor N. Low, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, way is good. Take note of the fact that the funds are being rolled over from 2021 to 2022. However, we don't support it. The financial year in order to for capital and operational projects to be completed. However, we would like to request that officials keep their finger on the pulse to ensure that funds are being spent in the set time frame, that we do not sit with rollover projects or rollover. Mr. Speaker.
You broke up there, Councillor. You can continue. You've still got a few minutes.
We must just, we request that officials keep their finger on the pulse to ensure that funds are spent in set time frames and that we do not sit with rollover applications for the same projects next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Peterson. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we noticed that the capital budget for 2023 increases with almost 15 million rand. It is noticed with dismay that the procurement process has been concluded in many cases, but there are delays. Why is that the case? Are we being honest and truthful here? We believe that can be attributed to the following: bad oversight for the project involved, weak project management leading to unnecessary delays, no or weak business plans, weak implementation, can the tender conditions not be met or achieved. We feel aggrieved that projects cannot be finalized in time and funds need to be rolled over with the necessary permission from the relevant government agencies. This puts a strain on service delivery and also does not give a good picture of governance in George. We cannot strive for clean governance when we cannot spend the money allocated on the budget for service delivery projects. Now that SDB book needs to be adjusted to make provision for these delays.
Councillor, your time is up. Please wrap up.
We urge you to do the necessary to limit this from happening in future.
Thank you, Councillor. Your minute is up. I gave you 10 seconds extra to wrap up. I therefore take note of what you were saying, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker on this item is Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart, you have 2 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ek is gevra deur my constituency om Afrikaans te praat, want hulle wil weet wat aangaan. So Speaker, ek wil net sê dat ons neem kennis van die adjustment budget. Maar daar is natuurlik, jy weet, sekere concerns, veral rondom projekte wat nooit, jy weet, op tyd beëindig word nie, nou maar daar geld oorgedra word en sovoorts. En ek het ook notisie gevat van die wyke, jy weet, wat nie hulle planne betyds ingedien het. So vir my rondom die participation proses wil ek net vra, jy weet, of ons nie dinge bietjie agterste voordoen nie, moet ons hier die participation proses hanteer met die gemeenskap en hulle inputs, die hele gemeenskap en hulle inputs kry nie. Want vir my voel dat ons doen dit net so bietjie agterste voor, maar ek is bly dat daar geld beskikbaar gestel word vir sekere projekte waar ons almal sal baat vind. Dankie, Speaker.
Do we have a translation, please?
Uthi uCouncillor Smart into yobana ubecelwe athethe iAfrikaans. So ke ubesithi into yobana bona bayayibona le item qha banazo ii-concerns abanazo malungelana nee-projects ezingazange zigqitywe kodwa kukho imali eweliswayo, and yena uthi into yobana ufilisha into yobana le meko ifanele uba iqale kumphakathi kuqala, kuviwe umphakathi uthini before into yoba kuqhubekekwe. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Alderman van Wyk, I see your hand is up. I just want to check in the chat box. Is there something in the chat box? Okay, thank you very much. Alderman van Wyk, you would like to give some clarity there, please?
Yes, thanks, Speaker. I think perhaps just to give some clarity to some of the issues raised by previous speakers here. The adjustment budget and the rollover is there to cater for certain projects that have started, and if one goes through the list that we have, you will note, and I mentioned it as well, that the slip failures and the donga that we're talking about are the result of the floods that we had on 22 November last year, and therefore we needed to make funding available in the adjustments budget. And that work is obviously could only start fairly late, and therefore it is essential work to be done. And there is various there are various items there relating to the waterworks project, which has also got underway. And our first priority was to spend our grant money, and in effect, our capital budget spending for the year is 96% of our total budget, which is an extremely exemplary performance that was achieved during the year. And therefore, the The number of items that have been rolled over are relatively small. It's a very small number out of the total of about 490 million rands worth of budget. Included in that, as you will note, is under the SOA, there's spending that's taken place on the rectification of stormwater problems, as well as the retaining walls in New Dawn Park. So these have all been to improve the lives of our communities and to make those things work out a lot better within the areas. We also completed electrification on a number of houses in Thembalethu. There were 99 houses that were switched on about 2 weeks ago as part of this exercise in completing projects as soon as possible and not delaying them into the next year. So in effect, we spent 117% of what our original budget was that we set last year, and this 96% of the adjusted budget. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm sure that will assist with the clarification and the understanding of what we are doing. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to try that again. My microphone seemed to switch itself off. Am I audible now? Just for clarity's sake, I would like to read the reason for what I've just done. Item 26 of the Rules of Order says that 26.1, subject to a provision to the contrary contained in these rules, no member shall speak more than once on any recommendation, motion, or proposal, provided that the mayor or MMC or member of the relevant committee may reply in conclusion of the debate, but shall confine himself or herself answering to previous speakers and shall not introduce any new matters into the debate. Therefore, that is why the mayor was permitted to answer that, and I am therefore, I see that there's a hand up, but there's nothing in the chat box, so I'm therefore going to hand over to Councillor Fichland to answer, or to the final speaker. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, may I go ahead?
Councillor Ndaka, I have not recognized your hand. There is nothing in the chat box, and I am now going to stick with that rule. The mayor has answered the questions as per the rules, and you have had your speaking turn. I'm therefore going to ask and protect Councillor Fichland, and I'm giving him 1 minute, please.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, thank you for invoking the rules, and that has made it very easy for me to do the reply on this one. So therefore, I second the proposal that was made by Councillor Dirk Wessels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're all in favour, and we are therefore going to be moving on. Just 1 second, I just want to clear my throat. Councillors, I've just confirmed that item 13.3 has been withdrawn. We are therefore going to move straight on to item 13.4. 13.4 is the request of council approval to suspend the basic charge for sewage suction tank services for the George area. The first councillor to speak on this item is Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker, and good day all. Mr. Speaker, our municipal tariff book for the current financial year under 3.1.4 on page 56, we state that a fixed basic sewer charge of R154.50 are due monthly for some 1,073 households without waterborne sewer systems. But this blanket approach in the building fails to address is that changes in technology in the sewer management world. Yes, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, there is technology in all of our modern life, even in the sewer business. Mr. Speaker, this all boils down to a different approach to billing the different technologies out there, taking into account the frequency of emptying, servicing, and the relevant cost to company for each technology. We're therefore going back to the drawing board and making sure we charge the consumer correct according to the relevant service needs. We undertake to a process of data collection for all affected areas to determine the means of non-waterborne sewage per household. Mr. Speaker, councillors, by suspending the basic charge for sewage suction tank services, will have a potential negative collection of approximately 165,779 rand per month, or 1,989,348 rand per annum. Mr. Speaker, I therefore recommend, as is on today's agenda, under page 236, that A, Council approve the suspending of the implementation of basic sewer charge as listed under 3.1.4 on page 56 on this municipal tariff book until a revised tariff structure proposal can be served before Council for approval. And B, that the tariff amounting to a total of 165,779 rand already levied for July 2022 be reversed for all effective owners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor E. Mdaka. You have 1 minute.
Modern Speaker. Modern Speaker.
Yes, sorry, you may go ahead.
Oh, all right. Speaker, thina ke singumbutho kaKhongolose. Asivumelani nalento yokuba ususwe ezi-charges zikhona. Ngoba okokuqala asiwazi nokokuba ezi zindlu ziphi. Sinalo nento ethi ezi zindlu zezi okanye zezi ndawo zamahlokondiba e-DA. Kudala ke nakwawethu amacala sicela okokuba ngabana kubekho into ezisuswayo okanye kubekho imali ezithi zixhaxhwe, kodwa yenziwa loo nto. Kungoko ke sisithi le umcimbi uziswa ngaphambili asiwuxhasi ngakumbi tu ANC, ngoba ufuna okokuba ngabana aba bangamadlagusha okanye amahlokondiba e-DA baphile u-soft life kakhulu. Ngoku kukhona imali abafuneka bezibuyiselwe kunini thina abantu bethu benemali.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Please wrap up.
Zithathwe ngendlela engekhoyo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Could we have an interpretation, please?
Councillor Mdaka was saying once again greetings to the Speaker and to the councillors, and was saying them as the ANC do not support this item because they do not know, or we do not know where these houses are. And also that on our side or their side, like Timaletu side or Pakastop and so forth, people have also been asking for levies to be removed or certain fees to be removed, but nothing has been done about that. So these houses or these fee removals are probably for DA houses or DA supporters who want them to live a nice life, of which our people are also still struggling and still paying fees. Thank you.
So noted, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Greef. Councillor Greef, you have 1 minute.
Goeiemiddag, Speaker. Speaker, dit is kommerwekkend dat hierdie item hier dien. Die PBI verwerp hierdie kwytskelding. Hoekom moet daar kwytskelding wees vir hierdie diens? Het die munisipaliteit soveel geld om inkomste wat begroot was net so kwyt te skeld? Wie gaan baat van by hierdie kwytskelding? Volgens ons inligting is die meeste van hierdie gevalle in die rykgebiede waar die verbruikers die diens kan bekostig. Ons arm gemeenskappe word nie deur hierdie diens geraak nie en kostes vir rioling word in elk geval van die deernisfondse verhaal. Gedurende Desember 2021 was daar talle gevalle waar riool in die ontspanningsriewe gevloei het. En was dit duidelik net in Wilderness en by Legrand wat ryk gemeenskap was. Wat is die doel met hierdie item? Moes die studie vir die verskillende tenke nie gedoen wees voor die implementering van die basiese heffing nie? Dit wil voorkom of die administrasie werk en nou probeer om tale navaart te stop. deur die afskapping van die fooie. Hierdie aksie dui op swak administrasie moet asseblief aangespreek word. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Could we have a translation, please?
Comrade Ansi. Comrade Ansi.
Alderman Gericke, please. Thank you.
Uthi uCouncillor uReef into yokubana bona abayisapoti le item njengoba nabo bathi into yobana abantu bakuthi bona soloko ayibasebenzeli. Le nto yenziwa for abantu abahlala ezidolophini okanye indawo ezinjengoma-wilderness, indawo zabantu abamhlophe. So abethu abantu soloko bona ababenefiti, and yintoni ipoint yayo lena le item, because abantu bethu bona ababenefiti kule item soloko ngabantu basedolophini ababenefitayo. Naye uCouncillor uReef into yokubana nabo abayisapoti le item mayibuyele emva. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. So noted, Councillor. The last person to speak on this item.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Speaker. Daai man moet reg interpreteer. Ons het gepraat van wilderness en Legrand. Hy het dit nie gesê nie. Asseblief, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. I will take it up with the interpreter as soon as possible. Thank you. Could you please make notes of the discussions in Afrikaans so that we can get the interpretation?
Nou, hoor ons hy verstaan Xhosa, Councillor Virgil. Yes, comrade.
Councillors, please, I'm going to have to mute you if you continue. Nobody's been addressed. So I've taken note. I have taken note. Alderman Gericke, please do not take over this meeting. And thank you. I'm going to move over to the last speaker on this item, and that's Councillor van Branders. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, very much. I second the recommendation by my colleague.
Thank you very much. All in favour, let's move on. Item 13.5, the Audit Committee's quarterly report to Council. Councillor Wessels, you have 3 minutes, please.
Yes, Speaker, thanks. Yes, this is the Audit Committee submitted its report to Council for activities performed during the fourth quarter of 21-22. During this quarter, the committee held 3 meetings, which can be seen on page 240. The comments of the various categories can be found in the report, but I wish to read the concluding statement by the chairperson. The Audit Committee is pleased with the progress made and the various successes of the George Municipality during its last quarter of 2021-22 and encourages the management to continue to focus on the implementing of the recommendations by the assurance providers as part of a clean audit strategy of the George Municipality. This again illustrates the amazing work that's currently being done by administration. I want to thank the administration for that, and will propose that Council take note of this report. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Esu, but I believe that he is ill today, and therefore Councillor Faith Ndaka will have 2 minutes, please. Councillor Ndaka, please carry.
I until to know the report.
Sorry, Councillor Faith, I didn't quite get what you were saying.
I'm still speaking, Speaker.
Okay, continue then, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Continue, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, le nto yobana kuthiwa masizothi note i-audit report ezingacacanga apha, hayi asiyimeli thina. Bane andiyazi nale audit committee ijonga njani. Ininzi gqithi into erongo kulo masipala waseGeorge, kodwa still izawuapprove ezo zinto iqhwabela izandla ithi umasipala uzawufuna mana i-clean audit. Zingaphi izinto ezingenziwayo apha? Umzekelo ngokwingqesho yalapha i-senior officials zalapha zonke zimhlophe. Not zonke. Most zimhlophe. Kodwa kuphinde kube kuthiwa yathi audit yaklini yaklini. Zininzi nje into esihleli phansi kwazo kulo masipala ezi-wrong. But ke andinakothuka noba kuthi kanti iyathengwa nale audit committee uba mayibanikhaze i-report ezi-right. Thank you very much.
We have a translation. Councillor Ndaka, could you put your microphone off, please, so that we can continue with the meeting? Thank you. Can I have a translation, please?
Councillor Mdaga was saying this of noting unclear audit reports, it does not work. And also, how is the audit report clear? How many things are there that are not being done, or how many things are there that have been done but not completed? A lot is wrong in the George municipality, but they will always still get a clean audit. For example, in the employment, most of the senior employees or senior management is white. And also, lastly, she said that I won't be surprised if the auditors are being bought for clean reports. Thank you.
Thank you. I must say that I am a little bit disappointed, because to make a remark of allegation like that is contrary to everything that we stand for. And the fact is that item 28.2.9, Councillor Ndaka, to make an allegation, statement or remark which injures or impairs the dignity or honor of a member or employee, to say that people have been bought is exactly a contrary to the rules of order. And I therefore have no option other than to ask you to retract that that statement, because, as I said, it is unbecoming, and I'm asking you therefore to retract that statement, please, Councillor Ndaka.
Speaker, can the talk go back, or can you please play what I've said? I've said I will be no. Ndithe andinokothuka noba bayathengwa. I didn't say bayathengwa. Councillor Virgil Gerike just said the talk is talking wrong. That's what we've experienced here in this room.
Thank you very
We
much.
must talk what.
Can I? Okay, thank you for the explanation. Could I then please ask the translator to correct the translation so that I do not have to continue with this? Please, could you translate that correctly?
Ek wil net weet in watter posisie het u nou opgetree, as 'n speaker van die council of 'n DA member?
Ek het opgetree. Councillor J, please. Could I please ask the translator to translate the correct translation to what Councillor Ndaka said?
Speaker, as I say again, the last part was that I won't be surprised if they are being bought for clean audit. That is the direct translation of what was being spoken.
Thank you very much. That is a completely different to how I understood it previously. And people are entitled to their opinion. However, I'm going to ask, please, let's not make allegations that are going to be. Councillor,
so you are not.
Councillor, I have apologized, and
no,
Councillor, please, please.
Councillor, you've said, Councillor Mdaka, I'm going to charge you. Now you are saying, councillors, you must address me.
Councillor Ndaka, please. I'm busy correcting the statement that was made originally is not the statement that was made second. I asked you to retract what you said, and I've therefore corrected that to say that that is fine. The correction has been made. Please do not interject while I'm trying to talk. I have corrected it, and I therefore have withdrawn my statement because you made an opinion. So therefore, I've withdrawn that. I have.
I was trying to say by Councillor Chamber.
Speaker, it's lunchtime, Speaker. It's lunchtime, Speaker. What are you going to do, Speaker?
I know we are going to.
I'm going to mute everybody unless we are quiet, because at this stage of the game, I'd like to continue. I've made a decision and I've made my ruling, and I've apologized for that. I'm now going to move on.
Speaker, my hands is up.
I am not going to.
Oh, it's great.
I am not
It's
going
great
to.
of you to apologize, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to move on. Thank you. I'm going to ask the next person to speak on this item is therefore Councillor Adams. And Councillor Adams, you have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. We are taking George progressively forward, and we are taking no prisoners. I want to second my councillor partner, Councillor Wessels. Thank you.
Speaker, it's lunchtime, Speaker.
Speaker, die manne wil shopping
Speaker.
Councillors, please, let's behave ourselves. Please, I'm going to go through to item.
Speaker, my hands is up.
Councillor Mrukle, there's nothing in the chat box. I do not recognize you, and I'm sticking to the rules of order. So therefore, I'm going to move on. I am going to go
Speaker,
on.
it's lunchtime, Speaker. It's lunchtime, Speaker. Please, Speaker.
Alderman, I have not adjourned this meeting. I would like to continue to point 13.7, and then we will adjourn for lunch. 13.6 at least. So if we can please just continue with 13.6, and then we will continue for lunch. All right, the first person to speak on this item is the 13.6 approval of the Integrated Development Plan, Performance Management and Budget Time Schedule for key deadlines for 2022 and 2023. And the first person to speak is Councillor Wessels.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, straightforward item. The purpose of the report is to request Council to approve the attached time schedule. That is Annexure A to the agenda for the drafting of the IDP. After attaining Council's approval of the draft, the advert was placed on the municipal website, and that happened on the 5th of August. And in the local newspaper, that happened on the 11th of August, to inform the public of the draft. No comments was received, and the recommendation that I will propose is that Council approve the IDP performance management and budget time schedule of key deadlines for the 22-23 financial year as attached to Annexure A to the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wessels. The next person to speak on this item is the PBI Councillor Jansen.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Meneer de Speaker, die IDP is een publieke deelname proces wat invoer wat die gemeenskap benodig. Die PBI sê dit is kommerwekkend om te sien dat die enigste manier om die gemeenskap in te oor die proses deur middel van die plaaslike koerant en die webblad van die munisipaliteit was. Geen wonder dat daar geen insette gelewer was nie, aangesien die grootste groep van die plaaslike bevolking daardeur uitgesluit was. Ons wil aanstel dat die prosesse wat gevolg was gebrekkig was en die gemeenskap ondermyn. Die voortdurende uitsluiting van die gemeenskap by kwessies wat hulle raak gaan nog tot ernstige gevolge lei. Nie lang gelede nie moes een van die raadslede onder beskerming verwyder word, aangesien die IDP-proses ondermyn was. Wanneer die gemeenskap uitgesluit word, sal dit lei tot vyandigheid en ons versoek hier om hierdie praktyk te stop. Wat het u gedoen ten opsigte van hierdie proses, meneer de Speaker?
Time, please. Thank you very much, Councillor. Your time is up. And I'm going to ask Councillor Simmers to for her minute. Councillor Simmers.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the item carried by Councillor Wessels.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We therefore carry this item. Councillors, I have heard
Speaker,
that...
Speaker, kan ek net...
Yes, Alderman.
Kan hier asseblief speaker man. Yes, like nou raak die PBI film. PBI is nou diep speaker. Dankie speaker.
Dankie hoor. I'm going to move on. I did say that we're going to stop at 13.6. However, I believe there is something from the Chief Whip regarding item 13.7. Chief Whip, would you like to please tell us what is happening with item 13.7, please?
Thanks very much, Chair. Speaker, I think we're all hungry and want to go to lunch. I just need to share with Council that 13.7, the item regarding non-attendance of 3 consecutive committee meetings by Donovan Saptu has been withdrawn. For those who do not know, Mr. Saptu chose to resign as a councillor rather than face the music and face the hearing procedure that has been concluded. So yes, that item is withdrawn. As I said, it seems as though he chose not to face the music. Thanks.
Speaker, can you just stick to the point, please? Can you just stick to the point? The point is that the item is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Finish and clear.
I've pulled it to order. Thank you very much. Councillor, please stick to the item. It has been withdrawn. We're going to go to lunch. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. We will reconvene at 1:45.
Speaker, is there lunch at the council chamber?
Unfortunately, my budget does not allow for that.
Well, we're gonna eat lunch again. Go.
I'm paying for my own lunch. I'm going to go and eat something at something fishy.
It's Women's Month, Speaker. Can you pay for all the women the lunch?
What time are we going to be back, Mr. Speaker? Okay, thank you. Yabolela. Chap.
Class boy nene.
Councillors, we will be doing a roll call, so please don't put your presence in the chat box for now. We will be doing a full roll call as we've been adjourned for more than 45 minutes. So it's no need to put your presence in the chat boxes. Thank you. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Right, good afternoon, councillors and everybody else and administration. We are back in session. And can I please just ask Rosemary, if you could just do a quick roll call for us, please, so we can just get the attendance back and make sure that everyone is present before we continue with the next item, please.
Councillor Adams.
Because ESO, I'm here, I'm present, thank you.
Councillor America.
President Rosemary.
Councillor Barnett.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Kerwillis.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Cronier. Councillor Dutoy.
Present.
Councillor Edie Vigeland.
President Rose.
Councillor R.G. Vigeland.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Fry. Alderman
indicated in the chat box.
Alderman Gericke. Councillor Gom.
The corner speaker.
Councillor Greef.
Teenwoordig, Rosemary.
Councillor
Rosemary.
Goldtick is speaker.
Alderman Gericke has just joined the meeting.
Yes, confirmed.
Thank you.
Councillor Gultig present.
Thank you. Councillor Hani.
Present.
Councillor Jansen. Councillor Jantjies. Councillor J. Councillor Jantjies. Councillor J.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Johnson.
Present, thank you.
Alderman Kritzinger.
Teenwoordig, Rosemary.
Councillor Kruger.
Good afternoon, present.
Councillor Lento.
Good afternoon, I'm back. Thank you.
Councillor Losey.
Good afternoon, I'm present.
Councillor N.M. Low.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor R.M.I. Low.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Mankele.
Present. Buile.
Councillor Mbete.
Afternoon, I'm back, Maros.
Councillor E.T. Mdaka.
The corner bag.
Councillor F. Mdaka. Councillor Mrukule.
And corner speaker.
Councillor Neetling. Councillor Niels.
He is President Rose.
Councillor Ndondini. Councillor Peterson.
Present.
Present. Was that now Councillor Peterson?
The last one, yeah.
Thank you. Alderman Petrus.
In order.
Councillor Katana. Councillor Campi.
Afternoon, present.
Councillor Roorse.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Cyphers.
Teenwoordig, Rosemary.
Councillor Summers.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Smart.
Present, Rosemary.
Councillor Snyman.
Present, thanks, Rosemary.
Councillor Titus.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Toto. Alderman Van Niekerk.
Present. I don't know who that other guy is.
Alderman Van Wyk.
I'm present, thank you.
Councillor Von Brandes.
Present, Rosemary, thank you.
Councillor Wessels.
Present, Rosemary.
Councillor Van Wy.
Present, Rosemary.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We are back to a quorum and we're ready to go ahead. The next item on the agenda is item 13.8, the alleged breach of code of conduct for Councillor Hector. Investigation report and findings of the committee. Councillor Fichland, you're the first speaker on the item and you have 3 minutes. Just 1 second, please. Sorry, it's just been brought to my attention that there are councillors with their hands up that were not recognized in the attendance register. I'm going to ask you for the for matters of expediency to please just put yours in the chat box so we can continue with this meeting. Councillor Neertling, I see your hand. Thank you very much. You are present then.
I cannot link in on my computer, but I'm on my cell phone now.
So
I
noted.
cannot do a chat. Thank you.
Thank you, noted. Thank you. You can put your hand down. Thank you. I'm going to go back to the item. Councillor Fichland, you have 3 minutes, please.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, the item in front of us deals with the outcome of an investigation. Council has appointed a committee to deal with the alleged breach of the code of conduct for councillors. In relation to Councillor Hector, an investigation was done. A hearing took place and the specific committee has made a finding, and the finding is presented today in this agenda for council's consideration. Thank you, and I propose that we accept it as is. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Fichland. I'm going to ask the councillors and from the ANC whose microphones continue to be unmuted, unless you would like to see your microphones disabled, to please control.
Whose mic is on, Speaker?
Councillor Mankele, your microphone is on, and it's disrupting the meeting, and I'm asking you please to take control. I see the microphone is off. Councillors, thank you. You are responsible for your microphones, to please keep an eye on them. I know that sometimes whatever happens, the microphones decide to switch themselves on, but you are still responsible for keeping it off. Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor F. Mdaka. You have 2 minutes. Councillor.
I'm here, Speaker.
You may continue, please.
Yes, Nina, emotion, imagine the hatred that you have with these councillors, Speaker,
Go Sewage zonke izinto sifuna amagqwetha kude.
Sorry, Councillor.
Wasting our time to come.
Councillor, I'm going to have to. Councillor, just 1 second, please. Councillor, just 1 second, please.
Sorry, Speaker, are you saying something?
Yes, I am. I'm going to ask you to please ask the rest of your councillors that are with you in the chamber or wherever you are to put their audio. Can I proceed?
Yeah, can I start?
No, can you please listen to me for 1 second? I'm asking the rest of the people that you are sitting with to please put their speakers down off so that we cannot hear the echo, because what is happening at the moment is
okay.
Thank you very much.
So are you fine now?
I'm fine. There's still somebody that's in the background that's got a speaker on. I'm sorry. And it's echoing and I cannot hear you clearly. Can you try continue now, please?
Speaker, am I fine?
Now you're better. Thank you.
Okay, Speaker. This thing of Councillor Hector, I think there's a hatred that I carry with these comrades, with the councillors. I don't know of which of it good, because every time it's Councillor Saptus, Councillor Hector, it's becoming unbearable, Speaker. We don't want it, man, Speaker. Stop doing that, because it's wasting our time. We're coming to the meetings. It's our time. We are serving people here. We must go there for the meeting. And before that, you must investigate thoroughly, so that if the councillor has breached the code of conduct, we address that. If you assume or you just blame him and you don't know, it's wrong, Speaker, because it takes our time. We are not here to play, Speaker. We are here to serve our communities. No. And Speaker, by doing that, you are continuing. Usenza lento kwezi councillors they're good and us as well. But you are not going to win those words. Even if you are doing everything in your powers, you are not going to win those words. Leave these councillors, please, Speaker man, please. Please, if you want to win the ground, if you want to win, service the people, the service delivery, you don't do it, but you keep on blaming these councillors, you keep on sorry,
Councillor Ndaka, can you listen to me, please? Could I please ask you that there is one person talking on this item, because at the moment I'm hearing the whole ANC caucus speaking at the same time. And it is confusing.
Speaker, it's only me. Don't start with us. These councillors are not speaking. It's only me speaking. Do you want me to shout so that you can hear me?
Continue, Councillor.
Must I continue?
Your time is also almost up. I'm going to give you 15 seconds.
No.
I'm giving you 15 seconds.
Councillor, with the words of us, stop the hatred that you have. Let the councillors live. Please, thank you very much, Speaker.
The next person to speak on this item, apparently I have heard notice, and I want to confirm that the Good does not want to speak on the item.
Speaker, sy het gesê ek het gevra dat ons die reiling moet maak en sy het dit geweier om die reiling te maak. Ek gaan praat op die item. Dankie. Hy is daarop.
Okay, thank you very much. That is why. Councillor, just 1 second. Councillor Toto, if you do not control your microphone, I'm going to have to disable it. Please, this is now the third time I've noticed that your microphone goes on in the middle of a discussion. You are disrupting the proceedings, and it's unfair to the other people, please. I'm asking you respectfully to respect the rest of the people.
You listen to Councillor Faith until she finished. Now you've got an issue with the mic. She was
The
speaking
mic-
all the time on my mic and then we never had an issue. Why?
Because of the fact that your microphone is on when other people are talking, Councillor. Please just keep your microphone off while other people are talking. Thank you. That's all I'm asking you. It's out of respect. Councillor Toto, I'm going to give you a warning, and it's not going to be because of my own doing. I've asked you to keep your microphone off.
About you wanted to give warnings.
Councillor, I'm going to give you a warning on the simple fact that you are obstructing the continuation of this meeting, and it is item 28.2.10. Your microphone continuously goes on, and it is now 13:59, Councillor Toto. That is an official warning. Thank you very much. Councillor J.E., you've been recognized as the next speaker on this item, and I'm asking you to please continue.
Speaker, ek het tydens ons lunch break 'n hele paar oproepe gekry van die gemeenskap af wat gevra het, hoekom het Good nie gepraat op die gedeelte toe Malien uitlatings gemaak het of opmerkings gemaak het rakende councillor of meneer Donovan Sapto. Speaker, ek wil net onder u
Speaker,
en
I
op
would
die
like to
record
object.
plaas,
I am the
is die
Chief Whip
selle-
of Council. I am not Marlene. Thank you, Speaker. Please, can you have a retract that? Councillor J, I'm referring to.
Ek gaan
Thank
vir jou
you.
Malien roep, jou as jy elkeen het 'n naam, alles jy Chief Whip, maar jy is Malien Chief Whip. Moenie my nie interrupt, jy laat my tyd verbygaan. Die mense daar buite wil weet hoekom jy en dit is spesifiek wat councillor Feit nou genoem het deur te sê julle te hatred in die mense in. En dit is 'n teken wat dit is 'n duidelike teken
Councillor J, I have to stop you. Councillor,
Speaker?
I need to stop you. Simply, the simple fact is that we are discussing item 13.8 and
Speaker,
not...
ek is daarso.
Okay, I need you to talk to the allegations of the breach of the code of conduct on councillors on R. Hector.
Ek hoor jy die tyd gestop toe jy nou praat, né?
Ek het die tyd gestop. Ek het die tyd gestop, Raadslid. So asseblief, laat ons
voortgaan.
Laat ons praat oor die item.
Okay. Speaker, dieselfde ding wat gebeur. Hierdie item wat vandag nou hier voor ons staan, wat nou die councillor is onskuldig bevind, was in elk geval onnodig. Councillor Richard Hector het gewys proof of payment. Hy het dit vir jou in 'n raadsaal gesê, hier is die bewys van proof of payment. De finansies het confirm proof of payment is gemaak, maar nog steeds het hulle aangegaan met 'n ondersoek. Want hoekom? Belastingbetalers se geld word gebruik vir legal mense om in te kom om onnodige gelde te spandeer. Dis die eerste ding wat gebeur. Die tweede is, daar word jag gemaak op ons mense. Ek kan nie hoor nie. Net hoe praat die speaker, kan ek nie hoor nie. Dit Anna? Ja, ek kan nie hoor nie. Speaker, en dit is die manier van heksejag, politieke heksejag op ons mense. Councillor Richard het oor en oor gebewys. Ek het my betaling gedoen, maar nee, julle het aangaan, nou moet ons vandag hier kom sit, nou moet daar kamer gebreek word asof dit nou 'n oulike ding was. Nee, maar jy praat van samewerking en die ander ding is die speaker. Malien die chief hoop, wat nou 'n chief hoop wil genoem wees, wat nie altyd optree as 'n chief hoop nie, in council nie, maar 'n chief hoop van die DA. Dit is onaanvaarbaar, speaker, want sy kan nie sê iemand wil nie gedans het tot die musiek toe nie, tot die musiek toe nie. Ek stem saam wat councillor Feit en Daka gesê het, dat julle in die George munisipaliteit is besig om 'n wit munisipaliteit te ontwikkel. Die breinmense wat vir julle gestem het, se stemme word nou nie in ag geneem nie. Die breinmense word uitgehaal uit die George munisipaliteit uit, want julle konsentreer op wit mafia hier binne die George munisipaliteit. Klaar my aan, want dis die wit mense wat aangestel word op groot posisies en ons mense word uitgehaal. Klaar my aan daaroor, oor die mense van George, die kleerlinge wat vir die DA gewout het, hulle word nou nie in ag geneem nie. Klaar my.
Councillor, enough is enough. I am going to first of all tell you that your time is up. And I'm also going to tell you that the item that you've just spoken to does not relate to anything regarding the item on the agenda. It actually revolves around a non-disclosure, but you have had your time, and I therefore thank you for your opmerkings, and I'm going to ask for a translation, and please could you do the translation?
Uthi uCouncillor uJay's councillors inobana ngexesha le-lunch ngoku besiselunchini ubefumene izingcingo, ubefowunelwe ngabantu bomphakathi bebuza into yokubana ngoku kutyholwa uCouncillor uSabtu, why abantu bekuthi bengakhange bathethe baphakame bathethe. Okwesibini, aphinde athi into yokubana le item lena njengokubana uCouncillor Mdaka ebetshilo ibingekho inid yayo and ibonakalisa inzondo ebantwini bethu, ngoba uCouncillor Hector wayibonisa over and over again i-proof of payment, wabonisa into yokubana ubhatele and akho bantu batyalayo, kodwa still kwahanjwa kukhangelwana ne-information ku-investigatwa le nto yakhe. Into ayitshoyo via uCouncillor uJ into yokubana kuleqwana nje nabantu bethu apha, le ndawo le bafuna uyenza indawo yabantu abamhlophe, abantu bethu bombala abavotele aba bantu ababonwa ngoku, bayakhutshwa ngoku, abasafakwa, kufuna nje unyuso abantu abamhlophe, even nasezihlalweni eziphezulu kufakwa nje abantu abamhlophe.
Sorry, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Speaker. There was that point, there were argument between other councillor and please, what was happening there? Thank you.
Councillor, I'm going to talk about the interruption was made by, or the interpretation was made of what Councillor Jay was saying. That is what is of importance here. The arguments between two councillors, that is something completely different, and I'm therefore not going to entertain that right now. That can be taken up offline, and if there's anybody that has a complaint regarding that, they can lay a complaint and it will be investigated. This is a meeting of council where we take decisions on the items of council. I'm therefore going to ask that the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Greef, and Councillor Greef, you have 1 minute.
Mrs. Marlin.
Dankie, Speaker. Ek stem saam met my vorige spreker.
Councillor Greef, just 1 second, please. Councillor J.E., I have now been very lenient towards you for this meeting, and I am now going to, you have asked me to charge you, and I'm going to charge you with 28.2.10 and 28.2.4 to encourage... And Councillor, I am honestly going to say this the last time. It is 28.2.9 to make allegations, and 28.2.10, which is obstructing the procedures, and also to disregard the instructions of the speaker, 28.2.7. The time now is 1400. Councillor, that is your second warning. Please, you are making it impossible for this meeting to continue in an orderly fashion. And your continued outbreaks and continued disrespect for the rest of this meeting is becoming problematic. And I will therefore like that on record that you have now had your second warning. Thank you. Councillor Greef, could you please continue? You have 1 minute.
Dankie, Speaker. Ek stem saam met my vorige sprekers, Councillor Teresa en Councillor Feit. Raadsdirekteur het die raad uitgelag dat hy sy rekening ten volle betaal het. Toch het u dit nodig geag om 'n ondersoek te loos na sy agterstallige rekening. Raadsdirekteur het reeds gedurende Desember 2021 sy rekening vereffen. Toch het u dit goed gedink om hom deur hierdie proses te sit. Hierdie proses waar valse aantekenings teen hom gemaak was. Die onnodige koste wat vruchteloos was, wat aangegaan was om die raadslid by te kom. Die vernedering waaraan hierdie raadslid blootgestel was, kan nie geduld word nie. Dit is duidelik dat u daarop uit is om die oppositie raadslede te verneder met u selectieve vervolgings. En
Councillor
in die
Greef, can I
vorige
interrupt you, please, Councillor?
Ja, Speaker.
I'm terribly sorry, but I need to interrupt you
Why?
because I have the suspicion that you are not on the right item. The item that we are discussing is the breach of code of conduct for councillors, in which Councillor Hector, if I'm correct, was charged for not disclosing his financial interests during the 2021 or 21-22 term. It has got nothing to do with the fact that he has not paid or did not pay or did pay. You are completely off topic. And unfortunately, I believe, and I have the right to say this, that we are not discussing the item. You need to bring it back to the item at hand, which again is the non-disclosure of interest by Councillor Hector and not his non-payment. I'm going to ask you if you have nothing to say about that or anything, please, to bring it onto that point. You have literally 9 seconds left to make your point. Can I therefore
Speak, sorry, en dat is nie wat raadslid Ruben Vigeland gesê dat hy, maar in die vorige termyn was daar onder dieselfde burgemeester van sy raadslid agterstallig en toch was daar die
Councillor,
administrasie meneer.
Councillor, what do you not understand, Councillor? We are not discussing payments. Councillor, we are not discussing arrears. We are not discussing municipal accounts. Have a look at the item. The item is discussing the non-disclosure. Please, it's got nothing to do with municipal account arrears. So you can get upset with me as much as you want to. The fact remains is we are discussing the non-disclosure of interest by a councillor. Which has got,
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Alderman, I'm busy talking at the moment, please. I'm trying to correct this. We are discussing item 13.8.
I want to assist you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman.
All right. If the councillor is misplacing the contents of the item, it's fine. Please, we apologize on behalf of the PBI, but the basis of the facts remain the same. That this councillor has now been found not guilty. The bottom line is it's a waste of taxpayers' money. This is what we're moaning.
Alderman, I take note of what you're saying, and all I'm saying to you is that the time has now been spent on something which is not on the item, and the time is up. We're going to be moving on. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alderman. Appreciate your assistance. Thank you. The last person to speak on this item is Elder Lady Kritzinger.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal made by Councillor Vigeland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady Kritzinger. We therefore move on. It's been adopted. The next item on this agenda is 13.9, the investigation into alleged breach of code of conduct for Councillor Hector. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This item refers to an incident that happened on the 19th of May 2022 at the Pakistan Community Hall. This is after a council resolution was made during a special council meeting that was held on the 28th of March 2022. The revised IDP was tabled and ward councillors and ward committee members should meet to discuss the draft IDP inputs. Councillor Hector.
Councillor Toto, I am now going to give you an official second warning. I asked you please to hold your microphone and not disrupt this meeting. I'm now giving you a second warning. I will have no option but to give you a third if you continue with this. Thank you. The time now is 14:13, and once again, you are in breach of code 28.2.10 to obstruct the continuation of business at on any meeting.
Can I go ahead, Speaker?
You may go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Hector arrived at this meeting with 20 to 30 members of the public. Councillor Hector furthermore became abusive to Dr. Haroff, shouted at him in the presence of other municipal staff members, members of the public and other ward councillors and ward committee members already present in the ward. Mr. Speaker, at this stage, I wish to read out paragraph 2 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors. A councillor must A. Perform the function of office in good faith, honesty and in a transparent manner, and B, at all times act in the best interest of the municipality and in such a way that the credibility and integrity of the municipality are not compromised. Then furthermore, in paragraph 12, it reads, C, obstruct or attempt to obstruct the implementation of any decision of the council or a committee by an employee of the council. I therefore recommend that A, Council take note of the allegations of breach of item 2 and 12 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors R. Hector, as fully set out in the report from Schroeder attorneys. B, and that in terms of items 16.1b, the matter is referred to a special committee, being the Disciplinary Committee of Council, chaired by Alderman Van Niekerk. The rest of the committee will be as follows. Councillors Van Niekerk, Neethling, Johnson, Smart, and Camille, and the secundaries will be Councillors Barnard, Suffers, and Esau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor E. Mdaka. You have 1 minute, please.
Morning, Speaker. Speaker, ANC, asihambiselana nalo mcimbi yalento iza kwenziwa yoba kuzanywa utshutshiswa phaa. Okokuqala, andilogqwetha kodwa ke ubungqina obulapha buyaphikisana. Ubungqina begqwetha endicinga uba inoba ngamanye babazala benu uScrota ku-annexure A phaa kulaa incident ithetha ngokuthi njengoba ichazwa apha wafika uCouncillor Hector nabantu abayi-20 nabayi-30 ayihambiselani ne-annexure B phaa ku-323 kwi-background kaMr Kosi apho athi 5:30 wafika kukho abantu abayi-5 kwaphinda 25 to 6 kwafika abanye abantu akakafiki uCouncillor Hector. After that wazofika uCouncillor Hector ngabapha aba bantu afike nabo whereas kuthiwa kufike kukho abantu. 2 kudala kubonakala okokuba niyamleqa uCouncillor Hector phofu nileqa zonke iCouncil and ke ngoku kulena okokuba i-DA mayisebenze iground ukuze ifumane i-wards. 2 okunye uCouncillor Hector xa ethetha uthanda uthetha ngezandla gestures akolathi mntu. So yonke le nto leyo ithetha okokuba ngabana wonke uthe luhlobo alilo.
Councillor, your time. Thank you very much, Councillor. You've had 1 minute. I'm going to ask for a translation, please.
Councillor Mdaka was saying greetings again to Speaker and to the councillors, and was saying them as the ANC are against this item. He stated that number 1, he's no lawyer, but the evidence and the annexures A and B that are on the item contradict each other. It states that, as they were saying earlier, that Councillor Hector came with the people of the community, with 20 people. Then they said he came again with 5 people, but the people arrived there when he was not there yet. So Councillor Mdaka is asking, where are the people, or which people did Councillor Hector come with? Number 2, Councillor Mdaka said that you guys are chasing Councillor Hector, and then restated it and said you're chasing all the councillors. And that the DA is working on the wards and working on taking over the wards.
Thank you very much for the translation.
It's not all, Baba. Speaker.
Can I ask the translator?
Maybe it's when you speak. Then he didn't hear me because you interrupted when I was still saying something.
Councillor, I interrupted because your time was up. and therefore anything after that is basically null and void because of the fact that your time was up and you were then muted, and that's why I spoke. So he said, Councillor, I'm addressing you in English so that we understand. I don't need a translation. If there was anything said after your time was up, he then will not translate it. Your point is taken on your item and your time is therefore finished. You had 1 minute and I actually let you have more than that, and I think I've been more than fair. I'm therefore going to ask that the next speaker on this item, Councillor J.E., you have 3 minutes. You may continue, please. Thank you, Councillor J.E.
Ja, speaker. Mag ek so sagter aan wees? Dankie. Ja. Speaker, weet jy, weet u nou vandag, dit is 'n duidelike teken. Ek wil eers vra, ek verstaan nie hoekom die item in die oop hanteer word, die eerste ding. Want 'n soortgelyke item soos hierdie speaker, waar 'n amptenaar aangekla was of 'n amptenaar uitlatings gemaak oor 'n raadslid, was so 'n item in 'n confidential gehanteer. Maar hierdie so tipe item kom vandag na die oop toe. But nevertheless, weer again, ons verstaan dit, laat ons mense daar buite hoor, hoe word die oppositie van George se partye gehanteer binne in hierdie council, hoe word ons geviktimiseer. Speaker, ek wil vra, met hierdie aangeleentheid, u was daar, die deputy mayor was daar was die inwoners was daar geweest, daar was sekere raadslede daar was nog amptenare daar. Was daar enige verslae, het julle verslae ingedien rondom die aangeleentheid? Julle was mos nou daar, julle het observe, julle moet nou voor, julle gaan mos nou kan sê, hoe was councillor Hector se optrede, nadat die gemeenskap hom kom haal het en ongelukkig was, en hom verantwoordelik gehou het, oor hoekom hulle nie in die meeting kon wees. En hy het namens die gemeenskap gepraat, dis al wat hy gedoen het. Ek wil net vra, is daar enige verslae van julle af ingedien?
Councillor J.E., before I answer this question, I'm going to ask for the interpretation so that there's no misunderstanding. Could I please have the translation?
Uthi councillor uJay's councillors into yobana aka-understand into yokubana kutheni i-item enje izothethwa phakathi komphakathi, ngoba i-item enje ifanele uba ifola under i-confidential items, and into ngoba kuthethwa ngecouncillor apha kuthethwa ngomntu nje, so izinto ezinjeyana bekufanele uba zithathwa under i-confidential items, not phambi kwabantu okanye nje phakathi komphakathi. Kodwa ke asinangxaki naloo nto, mabaqhubekeke kwenzela umphakathi azobona into yobana siphethwe njani kwezi council meeting. Aphinde athi uCouncillor J epha ekugqibeleni into yokubana wonke umntu olapha bekhona phayana kulaa meeting, so ikhona ireport bona abayifakileyo malungelana nento eyahlileyo phaa esakhiweni. Ngosi.
Thank you very much for the interpretation. I am going to refrain from saying anything, and I'm going to ask the legal advisor to please advise as to why I will not say anything further at this point of this meeting. Thank you. Could I ask the advocate to help, please?
Good afternoon, councillors. Just to note that the item is just to indicate that disciplinary hearing must still take place, and that is where evidence will be led. So this is not the place or forum to give evidence to or against the allegations that are made. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think that answers the questions from Councillor J.E. Councillor J.E., if I'm not mistaken, you have 10 seconds to wrap up. Sorry, you got 1 minute to wrap up. My apologies. And that I'm going to ask you to please then continue in line with the item at hand.
Speaker, kan u asseblief vir daardie legal, ek weet nie wat is haar legal, as sy legal advisor vra, om net 'n bietjie harder te praat. Ek het niks gehoor wat sy nou daar gesê het. Kan sy net die mic bietjie nader na haar mond toe bring? Asseblief tog.
I'm going to ask her to do that. Unfortunately, she's not a person with a very big voice, so unfortunately, I'll ask her to speak up for your circumstances.
Councillors, can you hear me better now?
Ja. Gaan aan.
Okay.
Dank.
What I indicated is that in this item is just about the allegation that is brought to council to indicate that disciplinary hearing must still follow. In that hearing, the evidence is to be led, and therefore at this stage, no evidence to or against the allegation is to be submitted in council or made in council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now ask you to continue,
Ek wil
Councillor
net
J?
gou vra of ek reg gehoor het. Sê sy, daar was 'n dissiplinêre verhoor gewees.
Nee.
Gaan nog.
Nee. Raadslid, kom, ek gaan en verskoon my asseblief, ek gaan nou in Afrikaans praat sodat ons
Nee,
mekaar.
sê dit in Engels, ek het dit gehoor.
Okay.
Ek wil net seker maak
Okay.
sy gaan nie nog daai proses doen.
Okay, Councillor, the item today is to bring to council that there are allegations that have been made and that need to be investigated, and the items cannot be discussed for or against. Evidence will be led during the investigation, and therefore we as councillors are not permitted to discuss the merits of the case at any point in this council meeting. It is purely to advise that we need to take further action and an investigation to take place. That is basically what she said.
Dis reg. Nee, dis reg. Dis reg. Nee, ons wag vir dit vir die heksejag op Councillor Richard Hector en op die Goods raadslede, maar ons is powerful vir ons mense daar buite. Hulle tel op vir ons, hulle hosh vir ons daar buite kan. Hosh, hier's hy mense.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I presume then that is necessary for an interpretation. I don't know how you're going to interpret hosh, but anyway, can we have an interpretation, please?
Jy sê dan nie so Dalla Ayman van Dalla praat so in die speaker. Dis nie neutraal man.
Jay Baiza, Teresa.
Councillor Adams, I'm going to ask for you to order, please. Councillors, please.
Hosh is the same with Dala.
Thank you. That's so accepted. Thank you. That's all I'm asking. Can I have the interpretation, please?
Uthi uCouncillor J into yobana silindele i-feedback into yobana kuzothwana malungana nale nto, abantu bethu phandle phayana bayasiphakamisela bame nathi. Ngosi.
Thank you very much. Councillors, the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Carolus. Councillor Carolus, you have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Die PBI wil dit net op record plaas dat ons verskil van julle interpretasies oor Councillor Hector se voorval. Ons understanding van die IDP proses is dat dit is oop vir die publiek. It is part of public participation and the public must participate in this process. You, in your wisdom, decided to put different words together for an IDP meeting and it backfired. IDP meetings is not only for ward committees, as the community at large must put input. You cannot circumvent the process to push through an agenda that suits you and your party. Of course, the people will become agitated and demand answers. You stated Councillor Hector mobilized supporters for this meeting. Is there any proof?
Speaker,
touching
on a point of clarity, please.
Councillor Alderman Gericke, please. Alderman van Niekerk, sorry, and Alderman Gericke. Please, I will take your hands. I'm going to ask you the same as I've asked everybody else. I gave them the request the first time. I will get the points of clarity at the end of this debate. Just put your hand up and put it in. Alderman.
We cannot go into the merits.
I'm about to say that as well, Alderman. I've said it once and I'm going to say it again. Councillor Carolus, I've said it to the previous councillor, and I'm going to ask you as well. We cannot, and it is impermissible for council to go into any merits of the case at this point of time. In fact, at any time. The item discussed is that there needs to be an investigation. You are now getting to the point where you're almost trying to make this into a hearing, which it's not. It's a council meeting to take a resolution to have the investigation. The investigation will then either prove guilty or not guilty. So please, I'm going to ask you, you have a few seconds left, sum up and keep it to the point. You either agree with the recommendation or you don't agree with the recommendation. But we cannot go into the merits of who said what and when and wherefore. That is not what the council is here for. This is to determine whether we're going to have a hearing, and that is it. I'm going to say thank you for that, and I'm going to ask you for your summation in 5 seconds, please.
Speaker, ek het heel aan die begin gesê dat ons verskil van julle interpretasies en ek wil net byvoeg dat hierdie proses was flawed from the start.
Thank you, Councillor. That is an opinion. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But you cannot go into the merits of who was when and where. And I'm asking you again that I take note of your opinion, which is totally entitled to your opinion. But the fact remains is that we cannot make judgment on whether the procedures or anything are correct or not in a council meeting here. That is what the investigators will find. All this is doing is asking for an investigation as to see whether the person is or has not breached the code. That is all we're asking. And we cannot discuss an opinion of whether you feel that the procedure was failed or not failed or anything like that. This is to get the investigation starting. It's a process. And this is the start of the process. So I'm not going to get into further debate about this. Everyone has their own opinion as to how and when. This is not the place to discuss that. We are here to discuss whether this item goes to for investigation, Councillor. And with that being said, I'm going to ask you once again. Your time is literally up, but because I've spoken, I'm giving you 5 seconds to summate. That's it.
Ja, speaker, as jy wors in 'n hondehok gooi, gaan nie honde dit bykom.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, thank you very much. Now, I've been actually covered, but, we should be cautious, and I don't want to go into the merit, of the case, but of the specific case, but we should be very cautious. And I plea for, for tolerance amongst each other. I believe that the process is going to be fair. So I'm just going to be cautious. You don't have to answer me now, and I don't need to get an answer here, but maybe the legal person can assist me here in terms of when a cost order has been made. You can do it offline. That's just a concern. When a cost order is made by somebody who was found not guilty, we didn't know as the committee what we should do there. So you can answer me offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to take that offline completely. I'm not sure exactly how to deal with that right now. There are 2 hands up, but I see no. The only person that has made any notification of the fact that he has no microphone or no chat is Alderman Gericke. However, I must tell Councillor J.E. that you have had your 3 minutes. You have had your opportunity to talk, and I cannot permit you to talk again. You had all the opportunity you needed to say what you wanted to say in your 3 minutes. Alderman Gericke, if it's a point of clarity, I'm going to ask you out of fairness, because of the fact
nie vir jou dis 'n point of clarity wat ek het nie.
Councillor Teresa, the fact remains you had 3 minutes You used your 3 minutes, and the rules are quite clear that you have all the time, that time you utilize to ask the points of clarity and everything that you need to do. A councillor may only speak once. Okay, so in all fairness, please, we've answered the questions and quite fairly answered everything that you asked at that point of the time. So the points that you have made have been answered. I'm going to allow Alderman Gericke to just give me an indication as to what the point of clarity is that you need so that we can move on, please, before I go to the next speaker.
Alderman Gericke write on the chat box. No, Speaker, you are so unfair.
Councillor Tampi, I've now warned you a previous time, do not. I made a ruling and I'm entitled to make an exception. Councillor Gericke has made it quite clear that he does not have the ability to chat. And I'm trying to be fair. You will not intimidate me by telling me how to do my job. And your interruption is actually becoming very disruptive. I have used my discretion, which I am entitled to. And I'm asking Alderman Gericke to please mention what his point of clarity is so that I can take it under advisement and see whether we can proceed. And Councillor Klumpy, I'm going to, in fact, I've given you enough warnings. I'm going to again put it on record that at 14:35 you again interrupted and obstructed and disobeyed the ruling of the speaker. That's 5.1 and 5.2. So please, Alderman Gericke, may I ask you to please shortly give me an indication as to what you would like to.
Mr. Speaker.
Relax a bietjie.
Mr. Speaker, all I want to inform you is that our councillor, the PBI councillor, has made a submission. The PBI is going to make a counter proposal. I don't have the ability to call my caucus chair now, and I can't type. So I was going to ask the caucus chair, Jerome Peterson, just to submit a counter proposal that we do not agree. We reject the recommendation. That is the one thing. The second thing is, if I understand it correctly, if you were at that meeting that night, then you are conflicted in this incident because you should not even have chaired this. No, hold. We are talking, we are councillors. I'm not a schoolboy here. Your legal advisor.
Alderman, I take objection. I take objection to exactly the way that you're talking about now.
I said to you, if I understand it correctly, you were also at that meeting.
Alderman Gericke, okay. I have been very lenient towards you because of the fact that you have said that you cannot chat. I will not take abuse. I will not be intimidated. And the reason why I have in chairing this meeting is because I have got no conflict of interest in this. I was not part of this. Is an administrative complaint that came into being. So therefore, I am not debating the item. I am not a part of the process of the item. So therefore, I cannot be conflicted. And this is why I'm saying to you, and I'm saying it to all the councillors, this meeting is not a disciplinary hearing. This is purely to find a way of moving forward to actually find out what happened on that day. And we are dealing with a process which has got absolutely no bearing on this item. We are purely discussing whether this item needs to be investigated or not. We will not discuss the merits. You are again making allegations and making insinuations that I am implicated. And those things will come out during the meeting or during the investigation. We are asking that an investigation, and for that purpose, Alderman, I'm going to say once again, I've been extremely lenient and I will not be intimidated as the Speaker of this Council. I'm merely chairing this and finding in order to make sure that the processes are followed. That is it. This is not a disciplinary hearing. This is a decision of council, and objections are more than welcome to be made. But I will not be intimidated either, Councillor. I will take into consideration what you've said. I'm sitting, and all I'm asking is that if there is a counter proposal, then the counter proposal should be in, and they should be seconded. But at no time during any of the discussions that were made now was a counter proposal made, and we are trying to take skepscorper and make it look as though this council is inadequate and stupid, and I will not allow that. It is quite clear
that it is within your authority. It is within your authority to deny us. This is why I submitted that when my councillor omitted to submit a counter proposal.
And councillor,
hold on, I respect your view. The second thing is, how do you expect council to apply its mind if they don't have the facts in front of them?
Councillor, but it is not for us to.
We only have one statement here. Now you want us to go ahead and prosecute
Alderman,
people.
Please.
No, sir.
Alderman.
No.
I'm going to say it again. Don't know me, please. I'm telling you now that this is not for us to apply our mind. There was a complaint. The processes have been followed. And therefore, I am applying my mind. And it is within my jurisdiction, and it is within my right. However, I have given it the thought, and I am going to stand by my ruling that we are going to continue with this, and we are, if necessary, you're welcome to take it up afterwards. I have made my ruling that we are not discussing this. I do not know all the facts, neither do you, but the fact remains is that there needs to be an investigation to find out those facts. Neither you nor myself or any councillor sitting in this council this afternoon can make a judgment regarding that. And I take full objection to the fact that we as councillors want to play judge and jury during a council meeting. And the process of a discipline or an investigation is exactly the process that needs to be taken. That it says quite clearly in the Structures Act, if the speaker becomes aware of any alleged breach of code of conduct or rules of order, the speaker must start an investigation. He must. And therefore, based on the replies, I have brought this to council because I do not have all the facts, and I do believe that this needs to be investigated further. The MSA is clear. I am doing my duty as the speaker to give the councillor a fair chance to represent himself at a disciplinary hearing or an investigation. And that is all I'm asking of you as well.
Move on, please. Can we move on, please? Thank you.
Thank you for your permission. Thank you, Alderman. I'm going to ask the last person to speak on this item. Councillor Cronje is apparently unable to join us.
Ek wil net gevra dat sê nou maar die ondersoek word nog geloods, né? En dis onsuksesvol. Wie gaan die koste dan weer dra?
Councillor.
Soos die vorige item.
Councillor.
Okay.
I'm going to make this as clear as I can for you. Okay, I don't have to do what I'm about to do, but I'm going to do it for the point of clarity so that the people that are present today will understand this. Okay, it is not about the cost or anything to that effect. The fact remains, and I'm going to say it again, Alderman Gericke, I apologize for not going ahead, but obviously I need to explain this. I have no option as the speaker but to ensure that the processes are followed. And there has been an allegation which needs to be investigated. And for that purpose and that purpose alone, we are asking that this item has come to council. I am not privy or a part of that process. So therefore, I am not going to entertain this further. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Cronje. Is Councillor Cronje available? I believe not, Chief Whip.
Speaker, yes, Councillor Cronje will be with us just now.
Okay, well then I'm going to ask the Chief Whip to please step in.
Speaker, as Councillor Cronje is unable to log in, I will second the recommendation made by Councillor Johnson that he has typed into the chat box with the names of the committee he proposed. So I therefore second the proposal of Councillor Brown Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. And with that, I trust that the necessary procedures and stuff will be followed and that a fair outcome will be received on this investigation. Thank you very much. We're going to move on. That was 13.9. Item 14 is questions. We have none. 14.1, we have replies to questions, none. 14.2, we have new questions.
Speaker, Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Item 15, confidential minutes of the previous meetings. We have to move on to the confidential items now. So I'm going to ask that we please ask administration to give us a 5-minute break. And then we resume again at 10 to 3 in the confidential items, please.